A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right, we have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game, and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Hi, and welcome to Game 6 of this special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. They're playing in the heart of London in the Swedish embassy. And David is leading 3-2 after the first half of the match, 4 draws and 1 win for David. But now we have a slightly shorter time control. And the players, before the match, they negotiated a little bit. David wanted to play longer games. Nils wanted to play a bit shorter games. So maybe Nils is a slight favorite with the shorter time control. And he is trailing in the match, so it will be interesting to see if he's striking back today. And I am joined by the Master and Chessable author, Kamil Plichta. Welcome, Kamil.
Hello, Askild. Hello, everyone.
Great to have you here. And we have some moves actually on the board. So let's get up to date on what's happening.
Yeah, let's quickly go to the opening. I'm very glad the players didn't play e4, because then I would probably not have anything interesting to say. So they chose the Nimzo Indian. Maybe I would say a bit unusual choice nowadays on top level, because players usually want to go knight f3, then g3, some Catalan. But okay, knight c3 still. Classic move, bishop before the Nimzo Indian and queen c2, so very positional variation. There are much sharper ways to play with white, but I'm pretty sure that if David played this line, he's prepared. And we have a position that was seen probably tens, thousands of times in practice. I don't want to be a bad prophet, but many lines end up in some pretty forced draws here, so let's hope it's not going to happen here.
We have seen. I have to give credit to the players, because we have really seen fighting chess. Even though there have been 4 draws, we've had 2 games close to 7 hours long. But what has been interesting in this match is that white has always been better in all the games. Even either a slightly better position or a clear advantage. And the player with the black pieces has somehow managed to fight back and save the draw. But David had the 1 win with the white pieces. But even in that game, Nils had some drawish moves he could have played, but it was really difficult. But yeah, I agree with you, Kamil. I hope to see another fighting game of chess. And I mean, Nils is trailing in the match, but also difficult, obviously, with the black pieces. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I guess if it's like the last game and you're trying, you choose some King's Indian with black and try to hit immediately.
Yep.
But here there are still, like you said, 5 games, right? So still plenty of room to shot back.
Absolutely.
And actually, this is amazing what you said. It's like white was better in every game, when in top level chess it's rather the opposite. It's like white is doing everything to get any advantage out of the opening, just to even the slightest one. So here it's like white better everywhere. Players are definitely prepared here.
Absolutely. But I have to say, I mean, Nils seems a little bit better prepared in opening. And obviously he's been working more on chess the last 1.5 years compared to David. So I have a feeling that David is not seeking the most complex positions or the most well-known theory positions out of the opening. He just wants to get a playable position and then try and take his chances later in the game.
Yeah, so David is definitely still, it's like you said, Nils is working on chess, but David is all the time working with chess. Maybe he's not working on his chess, but he's all the time connected to chess. I think we all watch his broadcast from Champions Chess Tour where you said he prefers longer games, so maybe it was a little bit sadistic to tell him to commentate on Blitz, but okay, he's very enjoyable to watch. Yeah, so, and he's also very enjoyable to watch him play chess.
I mean, absolutely, he's still a great, fantastic chess player, and both of these players have been above 2,700. So their top level is without a doubt, at the very top level chess in the world, but it also shows how difficult it is to stay on 2,700, even though you reach it, because obviously there are so many other strong, great players, and now you have all the younger players coming through as well. That's working on chess, 8, 10, 12 hours a day. It's really tough.
Yeah, you have to beat them as fast as possible, because then you might not have a second chance to do that. It's like a very funny story in Poland. There is a player whose rating now is around 1850, I guess. He's over 70 years old, but it was like 23 years ago he went to play a tournament in Norway, and I think that you know where it's coming to. So he was paired against Magnus Carlsen, and he's like one of the few Polish people who managed to beat him.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, it's funny because it's like when you speak about people who beat Magnus Carlsen in classical games from Poland, it's like 3 or 4 grandmasters I can't remember now, and this player, it's like, yeah. So this is some fun fact about Polish people playing against Magnus.
Wow, that's great. And do you remember where the tournament was held in Norway?
Let me check. Maybe it was not. It was not in Norway.
Okay.
Wait a second. It was in 2001, so already I lied. And it was in Bad Wiese in Germany.
Yeah. I remember Magnus was playing there most summers.
2001 it was.
And what was Magnus's rating?
I don't have it now, but it was October 2001.
Okay, so he was close to 11 years old.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I guess he was around 2000 maybe, or 2000.
I think he was 21, 22, something like this when I watched it in databases.
Yeah, he might be as high as 21, 2200. Okay, so we lost to this Polish player.
Ireneusz Wada, yes, from Poland.
And his rating was 1750?
No, now it's like 1850. Then he was like 2150, so the rating was pretty close of those players.
I see.
The age gap was pretty amazing, though.
So he's one of few Polish players to beat Magnus in
I think he was the first Polish player actually to do that.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Still, we don't expect him to repeat this.
It gives hope to all chess players, that we can, no matter the rating, you can still achieve to come in the history books somehow.
Yeah, it's like quite often I hear from people who either start playing chess or just play chess casually. It's like, oh, you were paired against this 8-year boy. Didn't you feel any mercy? No, because when he grows up and he's going to be a grandmaster, he's definitely going to have any mercy. So just you have to beat those kids, and as much as possible, and you might not get the second chance to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Nils played c5. I'm pretty surprised that David is thinking, because I think it's one of the key positions of the opening. As I've said, I don't play this line either with white or black. I just have some memories that there is some line that goes d takes c5, d4. I'm just not sure if it's here or not. Although c5 looks extremely critical, it's like if you need any pawn break in this position, you either go for d takes c4 or you go c5. D takes c4 releases the tension, so I think that c5 is definitely critical. If it works, then it has to be good. After this, I think there is also a line like this, then d4. If b4, d4, there are some sharp variations like this. And if you are playing this with white and thinking about this position for 5 minutes, I assume you don't want to enter those lines.
Absolutely. And I think this is like typical for Nils to try and go for the more complicated positions out of the opening. And as I said, I think he has somehow won the opening battle so far in the match. And he also realizes that maybe David doesn't want to go into the most critical lines. So if David is having a long think there, I think Nils is quite happy with the start of the game.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite feelings. I prepare for the game, my opponent plays into that. Then you just stand up, walk through the playing hall, and see him thinking about the position that you have analyzed like 3-4 moves ahead.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great.
Always a good feeling. And we do have some viewers on the chat. I will just update a little bit there. Boyan asking, where can I see the results? If you follow the game on Chess24, the standings is just below the board. But the standings is now 3-2 for David, 4 draws and 1 win for him. And Ed Ricketts on chat is saying this opening is still following the book. So yeah, obviously it's still theory, but will be interesting to see if David is prepared for this c5 move.
By the way, we have discussed that we will not be using engine, but I think I can use the database to see, right?
Yeah, database.
Database is fine, right? So let me quickly check. So the position after bishop g5 was played over 1,200 times so far. And actually c5 is the second most popular move. Just after d takes c4, so in this position, people usually play d takes c4. How do I click and delete arrows? Here. So d takes c4 is the most popular move, and h6 and c5 are actually very, very close. Around 20% of time people play either c5 or h6. And actually, I don't know what's the evaluation of the position, because as we've mentioned, we don't use the engine, but black score is amazing from c5. After c5, white score is 43%, which means that out of 100 games, white scored 43 points on average, which means that black scored 57, and that means that this might work very, very well for black, especially if you're unprepared.
Wow, that's really interesting. And yeah, I mean, David might feel a bit uncomfortable if he doesn't have a good reply. I guess he would have played it already if he knew what to play instantly. And as I said, this is shorter time control, so David cannot allow himself to think, for 20-30 minutes on one move. It's only 1.5 hours for 40 moves, so yeah. I suspect he might get into time trouble again today.
I mean, there is also this, I would say, this school of approaching opening preparation that whenever you like there are two approaches. Whenever you have a prepared variation, your opponent is about to fall into that, you either play it very quickly or you just pretend to be thinking. And sometimes I also like to do it. It's like I'm a d4 player, knight f3 player, so if I play e4, it looks already suspicious. So when I have something prepared, then I usually like to think about 1-2 minutes about some moves. And actually already there was a tournament in September, Polish First League, where I did this, and my opponent actually after the game said that if he knew that I have prepared something, he would change his opening variation, and in the game he did not. But okay, you are not spending 10 minutes to do that. It's like 1 or 2 minutes. So we are assuming that David is not so tricky to do that.
Yeah. And I discussed this with Lawrence Trent the other day. Is some players, trying to compared to poker, you're trying to bluff a little bit, your opponent, and by having some longer things in the opening, you might try and say to your opponent, okay, I haven't prepared this. I'm trying to figure out the moves. So is that a tactic you can go for sometimes against your opponents?
I definitely. I recommend that. It's like my Grandmaster friend. When I was telling him that I'm going to do that, he told me that I'm a clown and something like this. And okay, maybe it's half true, but I really think it works. Especially that I was also playing poker for many years, so probably that attitude still is in my head. And also what I like about this approach is that there is a certain point when if your opponent falls into this variation, then he cannot deviate anymore. If he cannot deviate anymore, then you are actually switching back to blitzing. You are just showing him that I got you. You are now in my preparation, and now nothing is going to help you. You have to find the moves, and I know what the moves are.
So that's a good advice, I think, for many players out there. If you're well prepared, don't just blitz out. Don't spend 30 seconds on the 10 first moves. Try and give your opponent a feeling that you're struggling a bit, or you're trying to figure out what to play.
I mean, it also depends. If you are a time travel addict, then maybe doing it is not so smart, because then you might miss wasting those 10 minutes or so. However, I very rarely have time travels in my games. I had like 4 or 5 games in my life where I was in time travel. So
really? Wow.
Yeah. I prefer. It's like, and also it's a bit controversial, but I prefer to make a big mistake in 2 games out of 15 and avoid time trouble, then have time trouble in half of those games, and then when I'm panicking, I'm probably going to make 4 big mistakes. And as I've mentioned, it looks controversial, it sounds controversial, because after you blunder something by playing quickly, you look like an idiot. But in the other games, when you have a lot of time, you can think about some important moves, because you just saved yourself a lot of minutes. Then it really it's really nice to have it. So it depends. It's like I wouldn't say there is a golden solution. Whatever works for you should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. But for me, it's interesting because I love to play blitz and bullet, and I'm a good blitz player. I'm a better blitz player than a classical player. But sometimes when I play classical games, I tend to get in time trouble. And I'm used to, playing fast, but I guess it's just that I don't play enough classical chess. And then I start to double think, does this work? While in blitz, you just follow your intuition more often. And I get really stressed when I'm in time trouble in classical. I don't get stressed when I'm in time trouble in a blitz game. So it's a bit interesting dynamic there. Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to ask, but you already answered. It's like if you're a great blitz player, then logically it should be that you handle time trouble, the time pressure in classical games well. But it's exactly the same for me. I just can't stand that. It's like always mistakes, always panic. The fear of losing on time is much higher than blundering a piece, something like this, I would say.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It's difficult psychologically because you're used to spending maybe 10, 15 minutes on a move, and then suddenly you have to blitz out. And that transition in the game is difficult for you and your brain to kind of cope with. And So I played my last classical tournament was during Norway Chess last year. They had some side tournament, and I think I was in time trouble in, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 games out of 10 games, But that was also my first tournament in 2 years because of the pandemic. So I was a bit rusty, but yeah, I really don't like the feeling of getting in time trouble. So I have to work on my opening theory as well. I think I can. If I know the moves to play, I don't have to spend that much time, in the opening. So
yeah, but getting into time trouble in like 2 or 3 games out of 10 is, I would say, it's on average, it's okay. People are just doing this, but there are people which I have a feeling they just like it. It's like they have 90 minutes and they spend 87 of them on 17 moves, and then they have 23 moves left to do in time trouble. There is this famous anecdote of the player Fritz Samisch from Germany. He played 2 tournaments in a row and he lost all of his games on time. Like 18 games in a row, I think it was. He lost all of his games on time. Those times without the increment, and the man just liked to think about his positions. Unfortunately, it backfired a lot.
Yeah, wow. And also, I think David has, in all the games so far, he's been to under 1 minute per move in average. And I guess you can categorize that as being in time trouble. And if you look at the even higher rated players, players like Grichuk, he spends all his time. He used to be in time trouble. And the legendary Vasily Ivanchuk, he lost 4 or 5 games, I believe, in the candidates 2013 when Magnus qualified. Yeah, so it's just incredible. And I think he beat both Kramnik and Magnus in that tournament. But it was 4 or 5 games on time as well.
It was this tournament where Magnus in the last round lost and his contender also lost, right?
Yeah, so it was so exciting. I think Kramnik and Magnus were on the same score. And Magnus lost against Svidler. He was probably, I don't know, very nervous, for the game, and he lost. And then his only hope was that Ivanchuk would beat Kramnik. So if Kramnik drew, he would have qualified for the match against Anand. And and at that point, Ivanchuk had lost, as I said, 4 or 5 games on time already. But then he played this brilliant game and won against Kramnik, and Magnus qualified. So it's it's interesting to think what would have happened if that game was a draw and Magnus didn't qualify for the match against Anand in Chennai. And probably he would have qualified later on, but you never know. So one game can change the history of chess in a way.
I think I read this story in Anand Files, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it Anand Files? No, the biography of Magnus Carlsen. What was the title?
There have been a few books written.
I can't remember where I read that.
I think Simen Agdestein, Norwegian Grandmaster, has written a couple books, and also another Norwegian author, Åge Sivertsen, has also written. So I think there's been at least 4 or 5 books from Norwegian authors, at least, on Magnus. That was so incredible, the last round of the candidates in Berlin in 2013.
About Ivanchuk, I can't remember where I read or heard that, but somebody told me that the biggest problem with playing with the Ivanchuk and the biggest challenge is that you never know which Ivanchuk is going to show up to the game. Yeah. It's like he can beat everyone and he can lose with basically anyone.
Absolutely. And I think, Magnus and other players, they have so much respect for him as a chess player, his understanding of the game. And I believe, was he ranked as high as number 2 in the world at some point?
Definitely top 5 for sure.
Yeah. So, he's one of those players that probably could have been a world champion if everything kind of came together for him. But I guess he had some nerves, losing all these games on time and so on. Then it's obviously difficult. So I guess, people say that Korchnoi, for example, is probably one of the best players that never became world champion. But I would also include Ivanchuk, up there with in that category with those players.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, David has spent, let's see, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, it's nothing for him. But when you're hit with c5 and you don't know what to do, is a good moment to think about it. Because, what is the problem with white's position and why can black play like this? It's like black had a bit less space, black gave up the bishop pair, but it's all about development. It's like white needs 4 moves to castle. We assume castling queenside never happens here because it's just very, very risky. There are no minor pieces on the queenside. There are already some weaknesses. Definitely the position is going to be opened here, so you just don't want to castle queenside. That means that you're going to castle kingside, and if you want to do that, you need to develop the knight. To develop the bishop, you need to move the pawn, so those are already 3 moves, and you need to spend the 4th one on castling. So because of this lag in development, black can play like this, and it's definitely the most challenging continuation. I would say that like 30-40 years ago, people would not play like this. It's like you have the black pieces, you just want to equalize and push with white. So I think that the classic way of playing would be to just take on c4 and get this a little bit worse position.
Yeah.
But times have changed, and now you have all the right to push with the black pieces as well. Actually, my results with the black pieces are probably better than with the white pieces, which is quite strange, but it's like it is like it is.
That's really interesting. And how would you describe yourself as a player, your style and so on?
Tricky, maybe. I'm a huge fan of sidelines. Some well-prepared sidelines, which you change after every game, so that your opponent is basically never going to prepare against you. And I also like this approach that I don't fight for the advantage from the opening. With black, I also don't want equality. I just want to get a position that is very unpleasant for my opponent. Not maybe the position, but the type of position. So it's like when my opponent is a solid player, I play the King's Indian. I try to play something sharp, even some gambits. I don't mind them. So I always try to adjust my opening preparation to the opponent. So definitely I will play different openings in one tournament. So I would say that I'm a tricky player in the openings, but it can also backfire. If something doesn't work well for me in the opening, I'm very often collapsing quite fast. So that's something I'm working on at the moment. Because 2 months ago I played a classical tournament where I missed the final norm for IM. And there was one game with white where my opponent surprised me, I made a mistake, and then basically after 12 moves I could resign with white. So yeah, good to know your weaknesses and work on them.
Absolutely. Well, what I find interesting is that I think many players are, as you said, you try to change your openings according to who you're playing, your opponents. And I think many people tend to forget that because they are more focused on what openings do I like to play, and they don't take into consideration maybe, okay, but this player is very good positionally, or is a very dangerous attacking tactical player. So maybe I should change the openings. So that's a good advice, I think, from you there to take that into consideration more often.
I think something that people also very, very overestimate is that they go for the position that, let's say, it's like somebody rated 2000 played against a player who is 2200, and this 2000 player prepared a line which ended with like 0.6 with white. He was very happy, he went to the game, he got this 0.6 position, and then 5 moves later black outplayed him. After the game he's like, why did I lose? I had the advantage. But first, very, very often people just learn the line without knowing why. They just know what. They just don't know why they play certain moves. And it's much, much more important to know why than what to do. The second thing is when there is this position, you at least need to know 1 or 2 plans what to do next, and at least 1 or 2 plans what your opponent wants to do. If you do that, then you will definitely understand what he is doing. And I think it's extremely overestimated to go for positions that you don't understand. and your opponent understands, even though they are better for you. I mean, you can do it if you're a very aspiring junior player, you are playing the Rui Lopez, you're playing the Sicilian, the Queen's Gambit declined, those openings that you learn when you start your chess career. You play the same things over and over again because you are just improving. Your coach is definitely knowing what to do. But it's like 10% of all players, I would say. If you're not in that category, it's much, much better to strive for positions, in my opinion, it's much better to strive for positions that are pleasant for you and unpleasant for your opponent. And it's much more important to know what to do than to learn some long variations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as you said, that's probably the best combination. If you play lines that you both understand and you know it's pleasant for you, but also it can be a bit tricky for your opponent, and to keep their playing style in the back of your head. So yeah, I mean, I think myself included, I tend to think too much about what I want to play, and then obviously my opponent wants to play certain moves as well, and they have a plan. So that's a great advice. And I was just thinking to catch up on chat since we're still waiting on a move. And Kevin Winter says, I do well at symbols. He has beaten many strong players, such as Short, Drew with Bronstein and Karpov. But why can't I repeat these feats in classical? So kind of it's a difficult question, but do we have any advice for Kevin how to improve in classical chess? I guess it's a bit tricky question.
It's a bit too complex to answer that, I guess.
Yeah, but congratulations on great results.
Definitely, extremely nice.
That's a good. And he also says that one young woman rated 1800 beat Alireza Farusha.
He blundered the rook in that game, if I remember correctly.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm. He had over an hour. She was already in time trouble. He had a much better position, and he just blundered the rook in one or something like that. It was around a year ago. I remember catching up on this game when I was searching through some games from some tournament. I remember there was this game.
And I mean, it happens that even the top players blunder as well. So sometimes it gives you some comfort that you're not alone in doing that. And Riders in the Wild says, hi, Askild and Kamil. Hey, good to have you here.
Hello.
And yeah, Kevin is very active, saying looks like Black has equalized here already, which might be true.
I mean, I think that during those times that we are living now, it's hard to say that Black equalized. Black is equal from move one, so it's like White who has to shake Black's words a little bit. Black is just doing his job here.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I might, there is a question: why can't Black play Knight e4 here? The problem is that now it's White to move, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, if we speak about this position, why not Knight e4? I think it just doesn't work for a few reasons. Like we just have to take, and now you can either take the pawn. I think you can also just drop the bishop back and enjoy the bishop pair for free. So Black probably doesn't want to exchange queens, but I think that this is just a simple enough reason not to play that. But even in this position, if Knight e4 would be played, I think just take and go back. The knight has to move, then you take on c5. So like, let me show you the line. Like, let's say some stupid move like h3. So just take, and I think that you can just move the bishop back in this position, and now just take. Bishop e7, although you still have to probably calculate knight b3. You can probably start with that, and now it should work. Because knight b3, you have this, and probably this. I'm not sure. Okay. Just out of curiosity, this also should work. But this can be suddenly excellent for Black, because you're just exchanging all of your active pieces. Don't do that. If you are behind in development, don't exchange active pieces. Because if you have like 3 active pieces, your opponent has 6. If you exchange all of them, then your king is just going to get mated. So whenever you are behind in development, you should keep pieces on the board, as a general rule. And David is thinking already for 29 minutes.
Wow. And I mean, I talked to David yesterday. We had this rest day here in London, and he took me for some sightseeing. So we watched all the big, the Big Ben, London Eye, the castle, the palace, and so on. And he said, with this shorter time control, his plan was to not have these long things. And he said, I cannot allow myself to think for 30 minutes. And this is exactly what he's doing already. So
a man of his word.
So I'm a bit worried for him.
Askild, I don't know about you, but one of the the worst moves that I have ever played in my life were after long thoughts. It's like the longer you think, at some point there is this moment in your thinking that you just look at the clock, you spent like 15-20 minutes, and you probably know less than before you started thinking, right? It's like I like to think that there is this barrier of 20 minutes. It's like in every position you probably can find a solution in less than 20 minutes. So whenever my opponent thinks over 20 minutes, I'm always very far from the chessboard because I want him to sit there and think and think and think. When I appear, then suddenly he might be like, okay, I make a move, right? Because something changed. He appeared, so I'm just going to move. And I don't like long things because there is usually no difference between like thinking for 20 or 40 minutes. Usually it's like your thinking is you're thinking about the same variations all the time. You just think, why not here, why not here, why not here, and you just go back to those variations all the time, and you're wasting time. So maybe for top players it's different, but I just don't like long things.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think after 20 minutes, you already have had time to kind of go through a couple of variations, and you should have had the time to narrow down. Let's say you have 3 candidate moves, and then you look at the 3 candidate moves, and then you should be able to figure out one of those 3 moves that you want to play. And I remember, like, I was probably 12 or 13. I played in my local chess club, some tournament, a classical tournament, where we played, 1 game per week. And I was playing this older guy. I think I had the black pieces. And he offered me a draw. And the queens were standing, in the D file, looking at each other. So a queen trade was to be expected. But I was thinking, what will happen after the queen trade? And I felt that my position was a little bit better, so I wanted to play on. And I had a 30-minute think, and then I made my move that I wanted to play after the queens were traded. I just blundered the queen after a 30-minute think, and obviously just resigned the next move. And
not to mention, you just declined the draw, right?
Yeah. I was probably crying on the way home to my father, who was also a chess player, and he was like, "Yeah, tough lesson, son." So you have to learn from your mistakes, and I think just all those 30-minute plus things doesn't really help you at all.
I mean, there are probably certain types of positions where your opponent is just sacrificing a piece and you just have to find the correct way to defend. Then it's understandable to think for that long. But here it's like there are going to be probably 27 different positions in this game that are going to be more important than this one.
Yeah.
About this thinking, it's also quite a common thing that you have like 3 candidate moves. It's like, let's say, h3, h4, and a4, let's say. And you just look at the position, you think about a4, you think about it, oh, I cannot play a4 because it blunders. So then you think about h3, your conclusion is h3 is fine. Then you think about h4 and h4 doesn't work. Then you go back to h3 and you change your mind that, okay, it's still you don't like it. And then after 15 or 20 minutes thinking about h3 and h4, it's like, oh, I can play a4. Why didn't I think about that? And you play this move and suddenly you're just like, I remember why I didn't want to play that. I also did it like once or twice in my life.
Yeah, I mean, but do you agree with that as a general advice or rule, you should try and find the 2 or 3 candidate moves, and then you try to narrow it down to one move. Or how is your thought process when you are playing?
I don't do that.
Okay.
Definitely I do not list the candidate moves. I base my calculations on intuition mostly. I don't consider myself a very good calculator of variations. There are certain games where I tend to miss some things, but usually my calculation process is, as I've mentioned, intuitive. It's like I feel that this move is very, it's very important to play at the moment, and so I start thinking about this move, and usually I'm right, choosing which move is going to be crucial. I start my calculations with it. If it works, then I might spend like a minute thinking about some other things, but I'm not a fan of this rule that whenever you see a good move, think about try to find a better one. This is like the best path to get time troubles in your games. Whenever you find a good move, just play it. It's like you don't have to play the best moves all the time. When you face your opponent, is just make the environment so your opponent is going to play bad moves. I think it's more important.
Absolutely, and I mean that's an interesting point, because I mean we are human players, but to find the best move in any position is impossible. And I also discussed this with Lawrence Trent the other day, that some grandmasters, they're so good at just keeping the tension going and just making solid good moves and keep maybe the pieces on the board, and just and then you're trying to tire your opponent a bit, and then later on in the game you take your chance when it comes.
I think that is like one of the worst opponents that you might get in your games. The ones that do not blunder and play not the best but just good moves all the time.
Yeah.
I hate those guys.
And my former coach, Simen Agdestein, I went to his chess school in Norway, and I would say he is maybe a bit like that as a player, and that is his playing style. And he obviously is very fit. He works out a lot and good stamina, and he would always win many games. In the 4th or 5th hour or even 6th hour. A bit like Magnus has done throughout the years, and it's, as you said, it's really annoying to play those type of players.
Simon Agdestein, the former footballer, right?
Yeah, correct.
He was in the national Norway team, I think.
Oh yeah, so I think late in the 1980s he was ranked number 16 in the world. I mean, great chess player. And I think he beat Karpov in a match in Norway in 1991 or 92. And at the time, he was also a professional football player. And he had 9 games, I believe, for the national team. And he was, offered big contracts playing football abroad. But he wanted to stay in Oslo and play for his local club. And but then he had to retire because he got a knee injury. And somehow, after he retired as a football player, also his chess career didn't go as well as when he was actually doing both at the same time, which is quite interesting. So
nice.
Yeah. So an incredible career, both as a football player and a chess player. And last 25 years, he's been coaching at this chess school outside of Oslo. And I think 90% of all the best chess players in Norway now have attended his chess school. Jon Ludvig Hammer, Arjan Tari, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, and Magnus, obviously. All the great talents are attending his chess school. And I think I in 1 year, I increased my rating with some 400 points after 1 year. But I was only rated 1,500, has to be said. But
still impressive.
Yeah. And so he's doing a great job and still active. And the last year, actually, he became president of the Norwegian Chess Federation.
That's always nice to have a president, someone who is passionate about something, and he's a specialist, because I'm not sure how does it work in Scandinavia, but here where I live, very often people become presidents of such organizations where they have no clue what they are doing. I'm not speaking about Polish Chess Federation or something. It's just the approach here.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it will be interesting if he has the administrative skills or corporate skills that some other might have, and you might need to know a little bit about. But definitely, he has the chess experience and contacts and so on.
Yeah.
So hopefully, he will be able to do a good job.
I remember Simon Eggestein played a few years ago. I think it was Norway Chess. He was playing as a wildcard, right? And he made all 9 draws, I think, against those top players.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was working at the time with Yevgeny Romanov, I believe. So he was his second. And he impressed us a lot in that tournament.
Yeah, it was not that far ago, right? 5-6 years, I would say.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
5 years ago, maybe.
Definitely, it wasn't like 10 years ago.
No.
Yeah.
So he was, I guess Simon is, 52, 53 now, maybe, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably in his late 40s.
Yeah.
Playing the very top players in the world. And I even believe he had a couple, at least 2 or 3 promising positions in those games. And just to draw 9 games at that age and with that opponent is just incredible.
I think what is even more incredible is like he was playing against guys who are constantly working on their openings, right? And he wasn't getting like bad positions after the openings. So if I'm not mistaken, he played the French.
Yeah, he's always been a French player. Loves to play the French.
It's not something you see every day that in top level chess, especially when you are a lower rated player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, in recent years, I think there have been some developments on the French that, if white plays correctly, you can take advantage of some of the openings or the positions that occur after 1e6. But Simon has won some amazing games playing the French. And he's also a big fan of f5 openings, stonewall openings, and so on. So,
always nice to see something like this. All the time it's like Berlin, Italian, Rui Lopez.
Yeah, it's a bit refreshing, and
yeah.
Also, I guess in general, it's a good advice to players learning chess as well, that try and figure out what type of positions suit your style and how you like to play, because I guess that's a lot of what preparations is also about. Figure out what type of player you are and what type of positions you prefer to play. Me, for example, I like to play closed positions. I like to maneuver. I like to attack with my pawns in front of the king. So if the center is closed, I love to just push the pawns, And
Okay, David played.
Wow.
Solid move e3. Doesn't look like the most challenging option.
At least we got a move.
Yeah. Okay, it cannot be a bad move. It's like it might be some inaccuracy if you switch on the engines, I don't know. But it's never a bad move. It's like you contribute to your development, you solidify your center. Should be good. And what you have to think about is that what do you do after c takes d4? Because this is like when you approach this position, that like the first thing that you should think about is like maybe knight e4 is the first thing, and the second thing is c takes d4. Like I think knight e4 doesn't work ever here, so I think c takes d4 is what we should think about, and now you have a choice. Because if you take with the pawn, black always has this opportunity to take, and you're left with the isolated pawn on the d file. And if you take with the queen, you just have to remember that there is knight c6. And now the lines that you need to calculate is like, if this works, maybe you need to think about this variation. If this does not work, then where do you put the queen? If you drop your queen back, then you have to think about the consequences of the move d4 in some positions. Definitely. I think that this is like the critical position for the game already. And the next 4 or 5 moves are going to be of a significant importance.
Absolutely. And I'm also a bit worried for David because Nils has already castled. Now his plan is to develop some pieces on the queen side, and there's still some tension in the center. And David is still 3 moves away from castling. So if the center opens up, you never want to have your king, standing on E1 or E8. So he has some challenging times ahead of him, I think, in order to solve all these difficulties. And in some variations, as we look at, maybe, for example, C takes D4 and you take with the queen, and if knight is C6, and if you now go back to D2, I think maybe you now can play knight E4, because now it might work, actually.
Yeah, for sure. The bishop is under attack. There are always some knight B3 tricks. This bishop is hanging. Looks excellent.
So, David has to be a little bit careful what to play.
Yeah, so, okay, let's assume black takes. Do you take with the pawn here? Because my assumption is that you should never do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that pawn will be quite weak. And also with the pawn on A3, you have some weak squares on the queen side. The only thing is, it's never fun to allow your opponent to develop with tempo. So after queen takes, knight c6 is a bit annoying.
Unless this works, but I don't think it does.
Yeah, I agree. Because the pawn is on A3, I don't think it works, because the knight might be able to get out. Right? Yeah,
like, what is the worst case scenario for black here? It's like you just take, and you can give this check, and after the king moves, okay, you just take, and the knight always escapes, right?
Yeah.
This cannot work. White cannot defend this square. I mean, he can play king c3, but there's no time to do that. The bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
So this cannot work. And also, assuming that you are going to take with the pawn, I'm not sure how delighted are you with this position. Like, where do we go after h6? Because if you break the pin, I'm going to play knight e4. If you take, then I'm pretty sure that black is already better here. Because at some point, black is going to take and have a lot of fun for free, playing against this weak pawn. And after something like this, I'm not sure how delighted are you about this thing. Like,
yeah. Wow.
I'm not sure if I'm not overreacting here, but you always need to think about those things. When you have a lead in development, things like this tend to work quite often. And also, where do you move the queen? If you move it back, you always have to think about the consequences of some queen a5 ideas maybe in the future. There's also this, knight c6, hitting this pawn. This looks very, very annoying.
Yeah.
Let me check the database, actually, because I don't want to spoil all the fun with the engines, because the engine, of course, is going to tell me the thing that it always does tell, that I'm wrong, and I don't like that. So yeah, c5 and e3. White score after e3 is actually 42% in the main database. In the 2400 plus database, it's even less, it's 38%. And the move e3 has been played by Grandmaster Pavel Maletin, the highest player up to date to play this opening. So David Howell now is promoted to the first place of this leaderboard. Now he is the highest rated player, and I'm also going to risk the statement that he also spent the most time out of those guys to come up with this. Maybe even he spent more time than all of the other players combined, I don't know. But a fun fact, this position was played with the black pieces by the Michael Adams from England.
Wow.
And he won in 37 moves after c takes d4. Actually, c takes d4 has been played 26 times out of 34 games.
Okay, so I guess that's the move we expect to see on the board.
Yeah, I guess so. And
I mean, based on those statistics, Kamil, can we then say that Black has won the opening battle, or at least, I mean, doing fine out of the opening?
I think so, yeah, but I would a little bit be careful with the sample size. Like 30 games tend to be a little bit a small sample size in certain variations. It's like it already tells you something, but be careful. If like white score is 8% out of 800 games, then usually it's some blunder, right? But yeah, I would be a little bit careful because some variations that, for example, 10, 20 years ago have been neglected by theory now are coming back because the engine finds some incredible idea which suddenly holds the whole variation. I think that the variation that we are now seeing a lot, if I can go to show you one example what I'm talking about, it's like this has been considered to be terrible for many, many years. It's like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, like nobody played like this. And then around 2015, this idea has been invented that here after knight c3, you play a6 and sacrifice the exchange. Like so, this variation had a big boost of popularity. Black sacrifices the exchange, but he has this powerful pawns with the weak pawn only for some development advantage, and people played this for many years. But now the antidote has been found, and top players didn't play it for the last few years. But now they just came up with this that you can play queen b6. And the position is suddenly 0-0-0. Like no sane human being plays like this. It's like you defend this pawn, you allow knight d5, but okay, the engine says it works. So for those guys, they just don't care. So even though you check the database and you see that probably in this position white score is like 65%, you cannot really assume that it's like refuted. You should probably check by yourself if it is really refuted or not, because the opening theory is constantly evolving.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And while Nils is thinking, let's just catch up with the chat. Jason saying David should think about castling soon. Yeah, I think we agree on that. He should definitely try and castle quite soon. Brian saying hi, good evening. Good to have you here. Alba says hi. Where are these guys from? Alba, yeah. David is from England, now living in Norway, actually, working on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, trying to combine being a chess commentator and the chess player, which is not always easy, but he's doing well in this match so far, leading 3-2. And Nils is from my neighbor country, Sweden, and has been the best or the highest ranked Swedish player for a number of years now, I believe. And both of these players have crossed the 2700 mark in rating. So they're both trying to get back there quite soon. And he's probably ranked, I mean, it's close now between him and Ariantari, but I think Nils is the second highest ranked player in the whole of the Nordic countries, or at least Scandinavia, after Magnus. But,
yeah, probably, because in Denmark you don't have... Peter Heine isn't higher now?
I think he's down to maybe 26, 20, 30, maybe. And he's not really playing that much chess
Okay,
anymore.
so we speak about active players. Yeah, he's 26, 18, I'm surprised.
But I think Ariantari, he had 2660, but he lost a few rating points now recently in the Norwegian League. So he's down to around 2650. So it's close between him and Nils for being the second highest rated player. And let's see.
Yeah, I also do not see. He is definitely second.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, Tilo wondering why didn't Black play 94. I think we looked at that a number of times earlier in the game. But at some point, that might be a threat, actually, to play 94. Depends on how the position develops. And Kevin Winter says, yeah, not everyone has a chess face in order to prepare for opponents. That's true. But it's definitely a helpful tool if you want to try and do good out of the opening.
I mean, 40, 50 years ago, people also didn't have chess base and they just had to do it anyway, so...
That's a very good point.
You know, if like 5-6 years ago when I was going to chess tournaments, I didn't take my laptop with me, I took chess books. only like 3-4 years ago I got converted and started to take.
How was that transition for you to go from the books to using computers?
I was using computer all the time. It's like my passion for opening preparation started around 2007 when I was using the engine that was rated around probably 2900. Now it's like 3500 engines. So all of those variations, I'm not using them anymore. But yeah, it was something very natural. It's just I didn't really believe in those before round preparations. I was the type of guy who prepared before the tournament. I worked on my whole repertoire, not against certain opposition, because then when I played against some opponent, I could just pick one of the variations and just play it. And I always preferred to like open a book and do it. But when I started serious opening preparation, when I was starting to work on my courses on Chessable, I discovered how many mistakes those openings books have. And then I stopped to believe in opening books. And I started to do my own stuff. And okay, for that, I only needed my laptop.
Yeah, interesting. And we actually have a question. Obviously, you've been working with Chessable for quite some time. And Kevin is wondering, are Chessable openings courses just memory exercises? Or how would you describe it?
I would say that one of the best features of Chessable is that you can use this thing that is called spaced repetition, and it kind of forces you to repeat the lines constantly. So it makes sure that you learn some opening. But by no means you have to do that. It's just one of the options. You can just buy the video and watch it. You can just browse the variations. You can just read the text and play for the variations. It's like you have 3-4 different ways of learning, and you can fit it for yourself. You can choose how many lines you want to learn. You can pause certain lines. You can pause the whole chapter. So it's like you buy the whole repertoire after E4, and you are only interested in the Caro-Kann. You can just learn the Caro-Kann. You can tell the system what you want, and you can customize it for you. So it's not like forcing you. By no means it's going to force you. It's like if you don't want to use this spaced repetition, don't use this move trainer. Just don't do it if it doesn't work for you. You can read those variations like you read a book, just on screen.
Absolutely. So that's a great advice. Go and check out Chessable. And James, the score is 3-2 for David, 4 draws and 1 win for him so far. So Nils wants to strike back in this match, and yeah, it will be interesting to see how today's game goes.
I'm just checking out of curiosity because I thought I couldn't remember the specific variation, but d takes c5 was the most critical move, where actually d4 is the only move played so far. Like out of 141 games went d4, and here after this move d4, white chose 5 different squares for the queen. I'm not going to show that, just showing you that this was one of the options. And players who played this position with the white pieces: Carlsen, Morozevich, Mamedjarov, Rapport, Wang Hao, Nepomniachtchi. I think those guys don't need any introduction. And with the black pieces also some names: Anand, Aronian, Grishchuk, Shirov. So definitely the opening that is suitable for top players.
Absolutely. Wow. Some great names you mentioned there. And let's see. Yeah, Neko, we are reading in the chat, so if you have some questions, feel free to ask anything, and we'll try and answer as best we can.
Yeah, Askild is monitoring the YouTube chat. I'm watching the Twitch chat. So if you want to tell us something not nice, so if you want to insult me, do it on YouTube. I will not read that. If you want to insult Askild, do it on Twitch, please.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Let's see. And someone is saying, "I hope Sweden will win." We do have fans of both the players, so that's nice. for now, Nils is down 3-2, but I think he's happy with the development in this game, and he's also quite a lot up on the clock. Never a bad thing.
Yeah, I believe that you have only like 2 options here. It's like either you take here or you go for h6, probably followed by g5 and knight e4.
Yeah. What do you prefer, Kamil? What would you play in this position?
I would go c takes d4 like 5 minutes ago, probably.
Yeah. Because, I mean, what I like about the taking on d4 is it's quite forced, the next couple of moves at least. And if white ever takes back with the pawn, I think it's just could be a weakness later on in the game. And maybe also you can get a very nice set of developments with maybe possibly also bringing the light squared bishop to b7, maybe a6 in some variations as well.
I would say that you can think about this move by a process of elimination, because I assume that d takes c5 is some kind of a threat here, because black no longer has d4. So I don't really believe that something like this can happen, because I think that you can just take it. If knight takes, then suddenly queenside castling can be amazing. Yeah. So that's one thing. And another thing is that if you do not play this, if you do not take on d4, then what do you do? And there's probably only h6 that is worth thinking about. But after h6, what I dislike is that, okay, white can, of course, drop the bishop back, but even something like this, okay, it doesn't look great, but I have a hard time believing that white can ever be worse here. It's like there are going to be definitely some exchanges. And, okay, maybe this might be a bit more pleasant for black, although, okay, just maybe something like this.
Yeah, looks...
Probably I'm doing some heretics here by showing those variations, because there have to be some better ways for both sides, but just an example, if white wants to liquidate, he can get this position. And from this position, I probably don't want to get that with black. I think that I can play for more with c takes d4.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that looks like a very tempting option for black.
Also, I can be a little biased now, because Chessable contacted me a few weeks ago. They are going to publish the collection of books by Mikhail Tal, his life and chess games of Mikhail Tal. I don't remember the title, sorry. And they asked me if I can engine check the whole book. So they sent me the PGN files, and I went game after game after game of Tal's games, variations after variation after variation. And after you do that for like 10 straight days, for a few hours, you look at those positions, it's just, no calm option is going to work for you. You just want to go for this all the time. It's just, if I get a collection of games by Anatoly Karpov, then probably my job would be like 4 times easier.
Yep.
And now I would just look for a way to get some pleasant advantage.
And I mean, what a brilliant player Mikhail Tal was, and very entertaining. I think he had this general rule not to have backward moves with the knight, for example. He always pushed to bring the pieces into your opponent's camp.
But this is amazing, because this collection of his books was annotated by himself. And suddenly you have a position, some open Sicilian, where white is like 4 tempi up, and it's like, look at the engine. Every single row, +6, +6, +5.5, 5, 5, 5, 4.5. And Tal suddenly sacrifices the piece, completely without any justification to do that. Suddenly the engine says -1.5, and you read the comment, I couldn't resist. This is how he played chess. And a month ago I knew how great of a player, what type of player he was, but when I went through every single game for he probably picked the most combative games from like 20 years between like 1950 and 1973, I think it was. and you go game after game, then okay, you have to be amazed at what you see, because most of his variations were correct. The vast majority of his variations were correct.
Incredible. And did you get inspired to play like him?
I try, but you know, I have to tell you that I'm very good at sacrificing pieces. But actually, the second part is missing. That you have to get some compensation, some attack on the king. So sacrificing pieces, yes, but I need to think about working on the second part, because you also need to execute those ideas.
Absolutely.
Not yourself.
Yeah. And before we check the next move, just a funny curiosity. Speaking of great players, Tilu saying tomorrow is the birthday of Robert James Fisher, March 9, 1943. And also, today it's 80 years since the great Capablanca was buried. So, yeah, some great players there. And we have a move, so the one we expected.
C takes d4, and David surprised us, not by taking with the queen, but by doing it in less than 20 minutes. So yeah, queen takes d4 on the board. We expect knight c6, right?
Yeah, and also, I mean, we looked at taking with the pawn, and that just looks a bit ugly for white in terms of the weaknesses. And so maybe he thinks that, okay, I'm losing a move now, I have to move the queen. But then again, long term, I don't have this weakness on d4.
But now, think about it also from this dynamic perspective. What were white's moves? Like 1, 2, 3, and definitely there's going to be 4 at some point, right?
Yep.
So this lead in development is even more significant at the moment.
And when you start learning chess, people tell you, okay, you should not move the same piece in the opening, more than one time.
Mm-hmm.
And, as you say, now it can be the 4th queen move in the under 10 moves for David. And look at the bishop and the knight is not developed. He wants to castle. So it's a bit tricky.
I assume something like this might happen. Because I don't see any other way for white, any good way. Maybe there is, but I just don't like it. It's like in this position, where do you go? After queen d2, you propose knight e4, which looks like it's working.
Yeah.
And what else? And what is actually amazing is that we were constantly saying that this move a3 can turn into a weakness, and in this case it just saves white. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe you have queen a5 here.
Yeah, and b4 you just take.
You just take, yeah, because yeah.
Wow. So maybe he has to.
Maybe this works.
Maybe.
I would be amazed if it does, actually. Because, okay, probably, you don't want to allow something like that.
Yeah.
So before knight takes, before bishop takes f6, I guess that you just need to spend some time on this position, because I think you have to take. And now white probably takes.
And now it's ready.
And the thing is that after something like this white always has perpetual as the worst case scenario.
Wow.
I assume the game is not going to end like this, but this might be interesting. Because I think that you want to play queen a5 here. Before knight takes before. This is a lot of calculation here. Maybe this is what David was thinking about. You think he have seen that far? When he was playing e3, he probably got here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, even though he's playing with the white pieces, maybe he just feels, okay, the opening didn't go as planned. I'm happy to make a draw today. I don't know.
I try to think about something stupid. I'm pretty good at finding stupid things. Maybe this is a move. So the idea is that after white moves the king, let's say, okay, here or here, where do we go? Probably here, right?
Yep.
Takes. I wanted to play queen c6, but now I see that this is probably rubbish. Maybe it's not. Maybe it works. Because what is the material? Oh, it's even. I thought black is a pawn up here. So my idea was to exchange queens here, but suddenly it might turn out to be quite good for white. Because this is the idea, right? Queen takes c4 here. But then, okay, then white always has this repetition still. So, you know, from this position that looks completely like innocent, like nothing is happening, you have to calculate lines like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, if you don't play queen h4, where do you want to go with the queen? You're really lacking good squares for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess d3 doesn't work because you might have knight d5.
Yes, for definitely.
Yeah. So maybe you have to go back to d1.
Knight c6 on the board. Queen d1. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you see this funny game? I mean, the funny maneuver when David won the rook endgame the other day. He had the rook on h1 to h8 to a8.
Oh, I tweeted this.
You tweeted it. Okay,
yeah, because I tweeted that there is a process of there is this thing that is called triangulation in chess, and David found the rectangulation. He spent 4 moves to put the rook on the initial square, right?
Yeah.
And then he spent 2 more moves to get it even more. Like, I remember that.
Quite funny. But yeah, I mean, I just feel if you go back to d1, white.
Yeah, I would be expecting to lose quite quickly after queen b6. I don't know why. I unpin. I want to play knight e4. If you take, I just don't care. The pawn structure is not so important probably here. What is more important is that my development advantage is even bigger now.
Yeah.
And I just want to play rook d8 then.
You can even consider bringing the king if you get checked. You can maybe bring the king to f8 and e7 just to.
But again, maybe you need to think about it from this perspective, where it might be possible that white is suddenly better. There is definitely a lot of lines to think. You know, for us it's much easier. We have the chessboard, we can move the pieces, but they have to visualize everything in their head. They just can't go like on the board, make 3 moves. Oh, I don't like this variation, let's go back. We have a privilege to sacrifice someone else's pieces. That's the best thing of commentating.
Yeah, and I just want to mention a nice comment from Troy on the chat. Hey guys, thanks for the commentary. I've been studying chess for a few months. It's very early on, and I get a lot of help from watching analysis from people better than me. So thank you. So thank you for the nice words, Troy. I hope you enjoy the broadcast. And yeah, keep sending us questions or comments. We'll try and look at them when we have time.
Okay, going back maybe to this position, because I think I found out another idea. What are you actually doing after h6 here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because now I can reach something very similar with the queen on f6 instead of the queen on b6, and my pawn structure is fine. There are no checks, no annoying checks.
And now you threaten both on b2 and maybe rook d8. Looks really annoying as well.
Yeah, definitely. And also, even if some lines like this don't work, I'm thinking, how bad is this? Maybe it is bad. Maybe you can just play like this. Maybe. You know, some ideas. There are tons of options here.
Yeah.
And the fact that David thinks here is either he's double checking his previous analysis or he thinks about this position. Like he didn't really think a lot about this position, because sometimes in your calculations you're just thinking about some variations, and it's like, okay, I'm going to calculate all of those sharp variations, and if something like this appears on the board, it doesn't look critical. I'm going to figure it out when it happens, and it might be one of those examples.
So I guess he's now considering queen h4 that we looked at briefly, and then if not, queen d1 just looks.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, by a process of elimination. It's like you don't play queen c3 because of d4 with tempo, probably. You just reject it quite fast. It's like one of the options that that black has. You probably do not want that. Also, the queen doesn't look like it's on the right place here. Although maybe this is the move now when I think about it, because here maybe you can just take, and do something like this, maybe. But still, this might get critical.
And knight d2.
Yeah, just knight e2 or knight f3 even probably. Yeah, this might look fine actually.
But still complicated.
Mm-hmm. How
Right.
about is this?
Yeah.
Probably you want to move the bishop back.
Yeah. Bishop.
Just here. And I would like to keep the initiative and play something like this probably. But then once again.
Yeah.
How about is this?
I think white is doing okay now, suddenly.
Yeah, definitely.
And also have the bishop pair, which might be a long-term advantage.
The only thing that annoys me is the spin. So if you play here, then okay, I can't believe that it can be good. This looks excellent for white.
Yeah.
So okay, from the position where we thought that queen h4 is kind of forced, now we are struggling to see the correct way for black.
Yeah, maybe queen c3 is a really good move.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
It looks like one, yes. Because what else? What else do you do? Yeah, queen d2, knight e4. Queen d1 doesn't look right. Queen f4 probably something like e5, and after queen h4 the queen looks like it's very far from the queen side. So what do we do here? You know, with some worst case scenario, you can just probably take on c4 at some point, but then you are speeding up white's development.
Yeah. Often, I guess you want to take on c4 after white has moved, the bishop already.
Definitely, yes.
So yeah, it's not easy. Maybe
because when you think about some position for too long, then some stupid. I already have some stupid ideas like e5 in my mind. The point is that now I want to at some point maybe play d4 or h6 and recapture on f6 with the queen, without allowing the queen exchange. But here probably takes. And what do we do here? Probably I have to take.
Yeah, this looks okay for white, I guess. Maybe rook d1, then develop the bishop and knight.
Yeah, tough to believe that white risks.
But one question: if we go back and queen c3, and we try to play d4, does it make any difference if we now take with the queen on d4 as black?
You probably can. Although still there is this long castling idea, I guess.
But then I was thinking, do we have a move like knight e4?
Oh, here.
I don't know if it's good. Probably not, because maybe you can just take on d4.
No, okay, that's the one thing. Okay, h4 doesn't work because you have e5.
Ah, e5. That's a clever move.
But okay, in worst case scenario, I win a pawn. No, yeah. Maybe you have knight e4 here though. But you don't have to enter this. I think this is good.
Yeah, and then with some similar ideas on d8.
Yeah, because one thing is like if knight b3, rook e8, then I take and you cannot recapture.
Yeah.
But maybe now but it's tough to believe that the knight can go back. Just move the bishop back, play. Maybe not here. Maybe just go here, play g3, bishop g2 should be good. And another thing is that if after bishop e7 you play knight takes f2, then I take. And okay, some move that covers this square. Rook d2, rook f4, maybe knight h3. Maybe I also can play like this, but I don't believe it. But it looks critical for black. I would not dare to play like this.
Yeah,
you can probably even ignore all of that and play something like this. What is black going to do? Like, if knight f2, the knight is still not going back anywhere. You can play rook f4 now. So the threat is bishop g2, knight f2, rook f4, I guess. Not rook f4, but rook d2. No, so maybe there is no threat. So let me show you what I'm thinking about. So now rook f4, and suddenly the knight goes back. So you need to cover some squares. Maybe start with h3 and then play rook d2. Okay, this knight has to be trapped. So
I agree with you. And I think while David is now having a think, let's have a quick break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Close to 1.5 hours into the game. David is spending some time now to figure out what to play, calculating some different lines. And let's have a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly. So stay tuned.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Hey, and welcome back to Game 6 of the special challenge match here in London between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. They're playing at the Swedish Embassy. And so far, David is leading the match 3-2 after his win a couple of days ago. And this is the current position in game 6. And I'm joined today by FIDE Master Kamil Plichta. And Kamil, he played Queen C3 as we expected before the break. What are your thoughts on the position now?
Thoughts are now also helped by the database which I have checked. Queen C3 played so far 9 times out of 11 games. Score for white 5 out of 9, so today it's going to change for sure. And not sure to which direction, but it's going to change. Black played here d4 knight e4 almost exclusively. There was one game where Anish Giri played with black and he took on c4, and the game unsurprisingly ended in a draw 10 years ago. Initially I thought that this move is a bit risky due to d4, but we finally came up with the process of elimination with the help of process of elimination that this has to be played, probably, because other moves looked even more dangerous. And there is a funny comment on Twitch that we started with a quote, white needs 4 moves to castle because castling queenside isn't an option because it's too dangerous, to quote after castling queenside white is clearly better. And that's actually how sometimes it works approaching those positions. It's like here the d-file is still closed, and after you castle queenside there is a lot of tension here. and it indeed looks a bit risky to do that. However, after those moves included, and whenever the queen abandons the d-file, castling queen c8 might look like a bit more pleasant option for white, and definitely looks better than 2 or 3 moves before because of the semi-open d-file, because of the fact that the queen is here, and this might actually speed up white's development a bit. What white has to be careful about is that all the time he has to calculate those 94 ideas. I'm not sure if he's going to have time to ponder those ideas on every move, because he decided to spend 40 moves on some much more important thoughts.
So David has spent close to an hour now for is it 10 first moves?
Yes.
We will definitely see another time trouble.
Probably we should say that he spent an hour on 3 moves, because he blitzed out bishop g5, right?
Yeah, correct. And I do want to remind everyone that we're doing this fundraiser throughout the match. It's a joint initiative between Chess24 and the Norwegian Refugee Council. And all the money will go to victims of the war in Ukraine. So you are for a great cause. And our goal is to reach $20,000 when the match is over. And we're close to the halfway mark. It's halfway through in the match. So we're currently at $9,737. So please help us if you have any chance to do so. And it would be great to cross the $10,000 mark today. So as you can see, there's a QR code on the broadcast, and we will also post the link to the website if you prefer to donate there. But I guess after the pandemic, we all are used to these QR codes, so it shouldn't be too complicated to use.
Definitely, if you look for a way to donate your money to charity, this is definitely a noble case, and the money is going to be well spent for sure.
Absolutely. And while Nils is thinking, there are a lot of action on the chat today, which is great. I'll just try and catch up a little bit. We had a couple of questions. Kevin Winter, we were talking about Tal earlier. Tal went solid, and at one point in his career, something like 80 undefeated games. I think it was even more. Could be around 80, but I think he had the record before Ding Liren took it, and then now Magnus has the record, 125 games undefeated. But I think you might be right, Kevin. Maybe it was around 80. But I don't know if he was solid in all those games. But yeah, anyways, he remained undefeated at least.
Tough to believe. I can imagine him being solid for like 5 games.
Yeah.
It's like, for 5 days I'm not going to eat any sweets, and then on the 6th day it's like, come on, I need to have something from my life. I think it was similar with Tal.
Yeah. And let's see. Okay, and Justin saying best streak Fischer had was 22. Sounds a bit low, but might be correct. And Ding had a streak of 95 wins. I thought he crossed 100, but yeah, 95 might be correct.
95 wins?
No,
no losses, right?
Oh yeah, undefeated.
Yeah, 95 wins sounds too great.
Yeah, that sounds a bit.
Yeah. There is this Counter-Strike team called Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are actually from Sweden, and back like in 2014 or 15, I can't recall. Maybe even 2013 it was. They were so dominating that they have won like 100 maps in a row.
Wow.
Yeah, something like this. I can't remember the whole record when it was, but they were so dominating that they won so many in a row.
That's incredible. And Radders in the Wild saying, I have beat Magnus H10. Proud of that. And yeah, on the Champions Chess Tour, we have a challenge now for the commentators and the guests. And Magnus 10 even beat David Howell on the broadcast. So that's a great achievement. And Jovanka Hauska lost, and Yevgeny Romanov lost. So Simon Williams is so far the only player to beat Magnus 10 in that challenge. So that's a tricky opponent.
Magnus H10 was definitely ready for Grandmasters, but he wasn't ready for Harry the H-pawn.
Yeah. he met his challenge there, and and also as Kevin mentions, Tiviakov challenged Magnus undefeated record, but Magnus said, "Look at the strength of your opponents." So yeah, I mean, it was. He also had this great undefeated streak, but obviously playing many lower-rated opponents. So if you look at top-level chess, I think, but also I think Magnus took the streak from Tiviakov as well. So it shouldn't be any discussions really.
Yeah, no doubts.
Yeah, no doubts whatsoever. And I remember because during that streak, I mean, Magnus was in trouble in many games, obviously. And one of the games
with Aronian, right? The famous game with Aronian.
Yeah, and he also had this game against Ding Liren in the European Club Cup in Greece in 2018, I believe, when he was actually playing for my Norwegian club, and we were leading the European Club Cup before the last round. And I think...
You mean the Offerspiel?
No, Vålerenga Chess Club. So we were leading the European Club Cup before the last round. But Magnus was struggling in his game against Ding in that tournament, and barely managed to make a draw. And then in the final round, we played Peter Swidler's team and lost, I think, 3.5, 2.5, and then we finished in fifth place.
That's sad. I can only imagine the pain, because Poland had the same situation in the Chess Olympiad a few years ago.
Yeah.
I said that Polish run on the Olympiad was so great that I told that if they score one of the first 3 places, I'm going to dye my beard on pink. And what is amazing is that out of the first 10 teams, Poland, I think, played all of them. So the Buchholz of our team was the highest definitely in the whole tournament. Unfortunately, I can't remember who we lost the last round to, but we were beaten in the last round, and I think we took 4th. So it was all the time like Poland was 2nd, 3rd. So at some point, I think we were also on the 1st, but this happens. That's how chess works.
Yeah,
it's
what's interesting is that in this European Club Cup, both David and Nils were also playing on that team. So there's this great photo with Magnus, David, and Nils before one of the rounds, and I think Magnus has told a joke, so they're all smiling and happy before the round. So you can check out that photo if you Google it. So but team tournaments are quite fun as well. Obviously, it helps if you go along with your teammates, but when you have the good team spirit and you feel that the team is performing well, I mean, that's one of the best things in chess, for me, at least.
Yeah, you know, because I'm not a professional chess player, the great thing for me is that I don't have to get my income from playing in tournaments.
Yep.
That means that I can play in teams which I really enjoy, and I don't have to get a dime for playing in those teams. And for me, the team spirit is the most important thing. I can't even imagine playing in the teams where one player is not fitting in the team.
I completely agree, and I think that also goes for the top players when they want to get some seconds in their team. You know, the chemistry has to be there. And
yes,
not only about being a good chess player with some good ideas, but you also have to have that correct chemistry in order to work well together.
Yeah, after this World Championship match now, you saw this video where Magnus introduces his seconds and talks about them. Even the way he talks about them, it's obvious that there is a chemistry.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's a bad idea, then it's probably from Daniel, right? Or I can't remember the correct word.
I think he was making fun of Fressinet.
Oh yes. Yeah. Too bad, too slow.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a friendly banter and a lot of humor, and I think they're all good friends, so that makes it better. Let's see. Hey, so now Nils is having a think, the first long think in the game. Spent close to 15 minutes now. But I guess you can say that this is a critical moment in the opening, because now you can choose from at least two different moves. And according to the database, you said we expect knight e4, which can force a queen trade, I believe.
Yeah, or d4 is also an option.
Yeah.
And after d4, it takes d4. People in the database played usually queen takes d4.
Yeah.
That was the idea.
It looks a bit tricky if you take back with the knight because of castle and you get into this.
Yeah, probably. Maybe it's also playable, but probably you do not want that.
Yeah, looks a bit more safe.
I assume that I like the bishop per active pieces. Yeah. Black has to be worse here. Like something like this. This looks like a dream development. Bishop f3 maybe next.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, have you ever played in such conditions that those two players are playing now? Like there is no kibitzers, no other games going on, just a silent room with no people inside, with full silence, and those two guys facing each other like 6 hours. What do you think? Like, what changes then?
I think in general it's a great feeling because I mean, even these players are used to playing in either open tournaments or tournaments with many other players and arbiters and a lot of buzz in the background. So for them, I think it's really ideally set up where they can concentrate well. And I think it helps on their performance overall to play under these conditions. I don't think I've ever played anything similar, but I think I had one many years ago in my local club. I had this postponed game with my opponent, and we agreed to play on a day where the other players wasn't in the chess club. We were sitting actually all alone playing, and that was also very nice and the closest thing I can think of to these conditions. What about you?
Yeah, that's what I wanted also to say, because when I was 19 years old, I attended my first ever round-robin tournament, and the tournament took place in Warsaw. And the rule of the tournament was that there was every Wednesday there was a game starting at 5 p.m. I was living then 90 kilometers from Warsaw, and to get there you just needed to drive for, let's say, 1.5 hours. Mm-hmm. And we decided with my friend that we are going to play both play in this tournament. My friend was also from the same place that I was living, and obviously we asked the organizer if we can just play this game in one of our homes, not to just waste 3 hours driving there. And he agreed. And it was one of the strangest experiences. I just couldn't focus the whole game. It's like I was a friend with this guy. He during the game, his wife offered us some snacks. Right? It was so friendly. It's like if I play against this guy in the tournament hall, I can have this mindset just want to beat him. Like if I play at his home, it's like different for me. And the other thing that I dislike is the silence. I always like to work when there is a lot of noise, music, loud music. I'm this type of person that I can't really focus when there is a lot of silence. Mm-hmm. So yeah, for me it was extremely strange. And I wouldn't like to repeat that. For me, it looks a little bit claustrophobic, I have to say. Like, a big room, but not too many people there.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. And it just goes to show that, yeah, people are different and are able to focus under different circumstances, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And Nils seems to be following what Giri did.
Yes. As long. Let me make sure. Yes, Pavel Moletin, Anish Giri, Russian Team Championship 2011. So it was a draw in that game, and actually White has a few options here. There is Bishop takes c4, definitely. There is Rook d1. There is Bishop takes f6. The move that you do not want to play is this one, because after Queen a5, This one is problematic. So, okay, the first pitfall to avoid. So this variation we can reject. And now, this, or this. Bishop takes f6 I wouldn't play, because you can always do that, right? It doesn't run away. You can do it here, the next move, doesn't matter. Like, you can do it probably. So it's, in my opinion, it's either bishop takes c4, rook d1, or maybe you just don't care about this pawn and go for like knight f3. But I don't believe that. You probably have to take this pawn sooner or later. Yeah, he just did it with the bishop. So this is like the most natural move. And I think that you don't want to spend too much time on a move like this, because this one you can play later probably. This one you can play later. And bishop takes c4 is the move that you will play in like 90% of cases. So just start with it. Don't waste time. The most flexible move, we can expect that next white is going to develop the knight, develop the rook. Would you agree that white might have a slight edge now?
Yeah,
very slight, not nothing serious, but
very slight. And it seems like after some exchanges in the center now, there's not too many complications. At least white have this long-term idea of the bishop pair that could be useful in the late endgame. And yeah, after developing the knight, probably in the next move, I think white is doing quite well out of the opening.
Where do we go with the white king? Do we castle queenside, kingside, or even leave it in the center for the time being? Because imagine something like this, like the next move you're just going to take, exchange queens and castle queenside.
Yeah, I would say if you take on f6, then it's tempting to go queenside. With the queens on the board, I would be a bit worried to castle queenside. And also, if black gets to get a rook to c8 and start pushing a and b pawns, you might be under some pressure. So if the queens are off, I would go queenside castle, and if you keep the queens, probably kingside castle is my thinking.
Yeah, definitely. If the queens are off, you either castle queenside. You don't castle kingside like with the queens are off, in my opinion, because then the king is far from the action in the endgame. Most probably after you after the queens are off, knight f3 and king e2 is the right plan, because you just develop, you keep the king in the center. The question in this position that just struck my head is that maybe this works now, and maybe this solves all of black's problems. What do we have to check? Okay, there is no other way. We have to take. The bishop is hanging, the queen is hanging. There's no other move. Take. And definitely the bishop just has to move. Okay, this is unacceptable, right? Yeah. So the bishop has to move. Where? Doesn't look right. Maybe g5. I would say bishop h4 is almost automatic. And now the question is either knight a4 or knight e4. I don't assume knight d5. Maybe knight d5 is also not so bad. The white has the bishop pair. Black has pretty good knights, but okay, still some time to connect the rooks to develop this bishop somewhere. Looks a little bit better for white, right?
Yeah, I agree. But is it possible, as you mentioned, to go knight a4 just to try and get some tempos? And then you play knight d6 and kick away the bishop.
Yeah, you hit this pawn now. Maybe again this.
And then I guess knight b6 isn't a big threat.
Yeah, the good thing about knight b6 is that you can play bishop d7, but the question is, what do you do next? I would say that if the bishop leaves this diagonal, maybe you want to build this construction for two reasons. So the first reason is that you want to get this bishop to this diagonal. So let me demonstrate that. If you play e5 and f6, so okay, let's make some stupid moves. Then first, you just allow your bishop to go to this diagonal, and the bishop is excellent. The second thing is that by putting the pawns on the dark squares, you are following the rule that whenever your opponent has the bishop pair and you have only one bishop, put all of the pawns on the color of the bishop that you are missing. By doing that, you are, one, restricting your opponent's bishop, and two, not really interfering with your bishop's movement. So this would be a dream scenario, but I assume that in this position something like bishop a2 probably should be played. Now it's really not possible to do that so quickly. If black wants to play f6 and e5, he has to start with king h8. And the second thing is that getting this bishop to this diagonal is now impossible.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think bishop a2 is a good move, just to keep the pressure in the long diagonal.
Because, yeah, bishop b3 might be with the same idea, but then I can imagine some scenarios like knight a5, rook c8, and black's counterplay is getting a bit quicker. So I would say bishop a2 in this position. But yeah, we are, of course, getting here from the position that is like this. We are getting a little bit far, but since this is a critical variation, it's like the most forcing variation is knight e4. That's why we should check it first, because if this does work, then probably there is no point in thinking about anything else. And the same applies to white. If this does work for black, then maybe my previous play was not so great. So this is the variation that we should start our calculations with. Forcing variations first. That's the same thing applies to like calculating one move ahead. It's like checks first and captures first. So by doing this, we always want to manage our time as best as we can.
Yeah, that's a great advice. And we've been speaking a little bit about also handling the clock situation, and why spend 10-15 minutes if you want to look at something concrete straight away. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because this is very often a mistake that people do. Like, let's say we are thinking about some variation. I would like to give some example now from this position. Okay, a very extreme example, like you think about the move knight d7, right? And now you think about the positional aspects of this move. You ponder this for 10 minutes and then you realize that you blunder your queen. I know that this is a very extreme example, but you just wasted 10 minutes. And in many positions, it's like people calculate, some players calculate some moves, and they completely forget, or they just don't see that there is a very, very easy refutation, and actually the variations they just, all of the variations they calculated, they were correct. But they missed this simple refutation, and suddenly there is absolutely no point in calculating what they calculated, because the line just doesn't work for simple reasons. That's why you should start with forcing variations.
And also, I think in general, black is struggling a little bit now to develop the pieces from this position. So from black's perspective, I guess it makes some sense to trade off the queens and try and...
Just when I wanted to suggest something like this, just at the same moment I wanted to open my mouth, I said this. He plays knight e4. Okay.
But Kamil, that is an idea that black might want to play later anyways. Because the black's bishop, if it cannot go to e6, I guess the b7 square is a6, b5 is a good idea to develop.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, I'm just closing my database because it's no longer useful. Anish, in his game, chose e5.
Hey.
That means that he definitely drew some conclusions and chose different path. So this is the position that we have on the board now. And I expect to see bishop h4 here quite quickly, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, what is actually the positive side about bishop c7 other than losing time?
Looks okay. I mean,
because what I would like to do is, no, it doesn't make sense. It's like only running into some rook c8. Because now when I think about this, there is also one extra possibility that we didn't talk about. Maybe b5 is also interesting.
Wow.
So the point is that I would like to avoid this idea of bishop a2. And okay, if takes, this should be good for black. Yeah. This is weak, this is weak.
Absolutely.
Even if this pawn disappears, somehow it will not. But even if it does, then there's like bishop a6 and pressure here.
Great compensation.
This might be good, right? b5 here.
And now with bishop b3, you have maybe knight a5 even, or
maybe even this is not so bad, right? Because once again,
wow,
like you do this.
This looks very good for black.
This is fixed now on b2. There is still some development of still tough to believe that white might be worse, but maybe. But yeah, even the line that you are showing, it's nothing wrong with that. Still, you need to remember that there are some lines like this, and there still should be a way to get decent compensation. As I've mentioned, even if this pawn disappears, something like this might be playable. Although, maybe let's not give 3 pawns like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's think about b5 now. Since taking is probably good for black, then we have bishop b3, and we have bishop d3. I can't imagine playing bishop e2 or bishop f1. Although maybe bishop f1, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah. This is probably the easy point that makes b5 unplayable.
Yeah.
There is no trick, right?
Seems to be working for white.
Because, yeah, there is no trick, because this knight is always hanging. There's probably no trick. So, yeah.
So close to...
Yeah, and that's what I told about. What I said about. It's like we spent 3-4 minutes thinking about some variations which were longer. We thought about positional aspects, and there is, this bishop f1. Very easy move that probably refutes the whole idea. That's annoying when you play games, calculate, you like what you see, you like the other variation you like, you get excited, and then there's and it repeats and repeats. So yeah, probably not b5 after that.
So yeah, so let's say bishop h4.
Probably knight a4. This is what we have discussed, that we should keep the knight active.
Yeah, I like knight a4.
The only reason why I would like to play knight e4 is that maybe something like this is decent.
Similar idea, but just on the other...
From the other wing, yeah. I would like white to weaken his pawn structure, and also I get rid of the bishop pair.
Yeah. Interesting move.
Maybe something like this, or maybe even some ideas like this. I don't know. Probably going too far a bit. But this variety of variations shows that those players have to think about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that the queens have been exchanged is probably suitable for David for one reason, that it's much harder to blunder in time trouble when there are no queens.
Yeah, that's a good point. And David has played really well under time pressure earlier in this match, and as we said earlier on the broadcast, he's one of those players who's almost like a time trouble addict. So he's used to making moves with little time on the clock, and obviously without the queens on the board, it's easier to play sensible, solid moves and not blunder.
Yeah, definitely. Let's maybe leave those players alone for a few seconds. I think it's no secret that you are working on Champions Chess Tour, right?
Yeah.
What are the plans? What are the future plans now for the Champions Chess Tour?
Yeah, now we just started the second season. We have the Airthings Masters tournament in February, which Magnus won in the end after beating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the finals. And that was a bit interesting because in that tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi was probably the best player in the preliminaries. He really was impressive, scoring many wins. And at the time, Magnus did have COVID, so he was feeling a bit tired and so on. And then gradually, towards the end of the tournament, Magnus was playing better and better, and in the end won against Jan in the finals. But it was a close match, and well played to both players. And And now we're approaching the second tournament in just a couple of weeks or 10 days time. And obviously the plan is to continue with the tour, hopefully for many years, to be the best and most prestigious online tour in the world, and have the combinations of the best players, and also inviting female players and some of the great talents out there. So to have a good mix of players, basically, and also to promote fighting chess. And one of the things we've done for this season is to focus more on fighting chess. So we have some cooperation with David Smerdon, who's made this fighting chess index, and also Ty Bruce Zimmerman. He's the Chess by the Numbers on Twitter. So we're focusing more on statistics and to promote fighting chess. And we will also have some bonus prize fund. So the players who have played the most fighting chess will get some extra nice prizes towards the end of the season. And I'm just really looking forward to this year's season and to continue developing the tour and working in team with David, who's being a great commentator, doing a good job, and and to see all these fantastic players join the tour. And for many of them, especially during the pandemic, it was one of very few options for them to actually play chess and to win prize money and to test their skills and play against the best players in the world. So I do think we've done a good job in that sense as well. And hopefully now we can have the tour going alongside over-the-board tournaments when that returns. And it seems like both the fans, the viewers, and the players enjoy it. And I absolutely hope that it's come to stay for a long time. Absolutely.
Looks like a lot of amazing changes. Personally, I really loved the change of scores from normal scores to 3 for a win and 1 for a draw, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I forgot to mention that because this match is somehow similar to what we do now in the preliminaries. So in this match, the players get £1,500 for a win, which is great money, obviously. And if it's a draw, both of the players get £500. And if you lose, unfortunately, you don't get any money. But it's all about giving the players incentive to go for the win in every game. And that's what we've done in the tour as well. So we have 4 days of preliminaries. And if you win a game in the preliminaries, you get $750, which is quite good for one single game. And if it's a draw, you get $250 and you get nothing if you lose. But then if it's a draw, you have $250 extra, which will then go to this bonus prize fund. So at the end of the season, that prize fund will be quite high, and that will be divided into different categories for the players who have played the most aggressive fighting chess in different ways. So, but what amazed me in the first tournament was the draw percentage. So I think it was around 30%.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's like dropped from 52 to 27%, something like this.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just amazing to see such a low draw percentage, even in rapid chess. I mean, it's
definitely
very unusual to see when the best players in the world compete. So I think we already have seen some great changes on the tour, and it's effective. I mean, it does really help to change the system a little bit, and the feedback we got from the players as well. They seem really happy with the changes, and it's looking really good. I would say.
You guys are doing amazing job. I don't know any single person who would complain about those tournaments, about the coverage. I think that you are doing a great job in one aspect specifically. It's like if you are a chess fan, if somebody watches chess, plays chess, loves chess, there is no need to convince him to watch the broadcast. But actually people who don't play chess, who start to play chess, or who even accidentally get there, they're not going to be bored, in my opinion. The chess is shown completely different than it was shown I would even say 10 years ago. It's just we show that chess can be exciting. It's not like two old men sitting there and thinking for 40 minutes. Maybe today's match is not a good example of that, but you know where it's going, right? People playing fast. Even yesterday, I was meeting with a person who told me that oh, you are a chess player and you look like you are like not like active, but I can't sit straight. I have to do like some moves, like you know, all the time. I just can't sit like this because after 1 minute I would feel extremely uncomfortable. And she imagined that it's like chess. It's like you sit there, you are very calm, silent, but it's not like this always. I showed her a game where two guys are playing over the board. 1 minute plus 1 second, she was like this, right? It's like what's happening, right? And what is the clock thing? What are they doing? And then you explain, and suddenly chess becomes a bit more interesting. And you are guys doing this. You're showing the interesting aspect of chess.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also now I think after the first season we have a lot of viewers, and the ones who've been watching from the start, they feel that they get to know us a little bit. They know the players now. They know the format, even though we have some slight changes in the format. And hopefully it's easy also for new viewers to come into the tour and follow it. And obviously the people in the panel, Jovanka, our host Kaya, and David, obviously doing a great job to make it easy to follow, even for players who are either beginners or not really chess players at all. And it was interesting because that's also what happened in Norway. When Magnus played the first World Championship match in 2013, the Norwegian Broadcast Association was showing all the games in prime time in Norway, and hundreds of thousands of people would watch the games, and only a small percentage of those people were chess players. So you had grandmothers, you had whole families watching together, and it's just fantastic how far we've come in terms of chess coverage and chess broadcasts, etc.
Would you say that chess became a national sport in Norway, or is it too far? Because there is this ski jumping. Rather, you probably when you think about Norway, some winter sports, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was about to ask you. I can ask you later, but also chess in Poland now with the success of Duda, etc. But yeah, as you said, in Norway, we have this expression, you were born with the skis on your feet. And obviously we had a great interest in chess and a chess boom, I would say, the last 10, 15 years because of Magnus. But we haven't really seen, for example, if you look at how many members we have in the Chess Federation, I think it's only about 3,500. We haven't seen an increase in players playing in chess clubs or getting the membership in the federation. But obviously it's become really popular and people follow it for sure. So every time there's a broadcast, hundreds of thousands of people will watch it. And when you have the Rapid and Blitz World Championship now in Poland during Christmas, I don't have the specific numbers, but yeah, I mean, a lot of Norwegians were following. And that's interesting because that has become a tradition for many families. They celebrate Christmas, they go to some cabin, they have family dinners, but they have the chess on TV in the background at least, and they will follow throughout the afternoon and evening. So what I would hope is that more people will, go to their local chess club, play more chess, because there's hundreds of thousands of people in Norway that play online chess every week, but only a small percentage of them have the courage, or they think it's so tough, to go to the local club. But, as I said earlier in this match, my impression is that most of the people in the chess community, both in Norway and internationally, are really nice people, and there's nothing to be afraid of. And we all been, the beginner or the new guy in the club. So
Yeah. I remember that. Yes.
yeah. So you just have to try and overcome that fear, and in 98% of the cases, people are very friendly, and you will have a nice welcome. And it's just a great community to be a part of, I would say.
What you said is definitely true, but what surprises me is like 3,000 people only in your federation.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but I think it's around there. Maybe.
But yeah, it's not like 20,000. Yeah. Because why does it surprise me? Is that in Poland, a Polish Chess Federation is the biggest sport federation when you speak about the members, the number of members.
Really?
Yeah, we have more members in Polish Chess Federation than in football. This is just one example, right?
Wow, that's incredible. Wow. I think in Norway, it's football is also very popular. And as you mentioned, you have the winter sports. So a lot of young Norwegians will go cross-country skiing or even downhill or ski jumping, which is also very popular in Norway. And I know the Polish people are also crazy about ski jumping. So we have that in common. But unfortunately for chess, it's not as big of a sport as we would wish, and it's a bit disappointing because we've had this chess boom for 10 years, and one would expect to have even more members in the federation and so on.
I checked the exact number, so it also includes people who unfortunately passed away. But we have in Polish Chess Federation, we have 99,272 members.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So I guess we have something to learn from the Polish people in the federation.
Maybe this is this type of approach that people are very often afraid to go to the first tournament, and I have very good example of that in my family because my father plays chess. He solves puzzles. I mean, his level is around 1300 probably, but he never wanted to play tournament, even though he was driving me or my brothers and sister to the tournaments. He always found excuses not to play.
Yep.
Yeah, so I decided that we have to do something about it because we knew that when he plays the first tournament, he's going to play more because he likes chess.
Yeah.
And there was this team tournament where there were two groups. The first group was for players above, let's say, 1600, maybe even above 1400. And the other one was for more amateurs. And basically what I did was I paid the entry fee for my father and didn't tell him about that. So when there was a pairings for the first round, I approached my dad. My dad says, "Good luck." I said, "You too." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, there are pairings. You're playing board 7 with the white pieces. And I have never, ever seen my father so scared in his life, ever. He was like, the first thing that he was looking at is that 90% of people playing in the tournaments are like below 10 years.
Yep.
They're young children. And the biggest fear my father had ever is that he's going to be beaten by this small kid, right?
Yeah.
So the first instinct is he just says, "I'm not going to make a fool out of myself," and he goes away from the playing hall. And I told him, if he does that, then this kid that is playing against my dad doesn't have a chance to score a norm for a category. In Poland, we have categories. If you are amateur, you have no category. Then you have 5th, 4th, 3rd, etc. Right? And then I had a trick prepared because in my family you can spend like 1,000 for something that is necessary, and you didn't spend one zloty, it's Polish currency, on something you don't need. And I told my father, like I paid and the entry fee that is going to be wasted now. So he went there, he played. And in the first round, he got a scholar mate by his opponent.
Yeah.
My father was scholar mated, right? And the game lasted 1 minute. I was sitting there. It's like, what what did they do? He's never going to play chess again. He's never going to speak to me again. And okay, this is it. And suddenly, something amazing happened. Because my father was always afraid he's going to be beaten by this guy. Now he did get beaten by this guy. He had nothing to be afraid of. So he completely destroyed his next 3 opponents. We only, with my brother and sister, we showed him play e3 and e6 with black on move 2. Everything's going to be good. You're not going to get scholar mated.
Yeah.
So the final was he scored 4 out of 7. On his first tournament, he got the 5th category. So the first, let's say, category that you can get. And there is this ending ceremony where I won the group A. My brother was second in my family with 5 points, and my sister and father both had 4 points. So we agreed that the father is calculated to the final classification because it was best of 3 players. And there is this photo where my father has this cup of the best family on this tournament. And, sometimes you just need to help people.
Yeah. Wow.
And since then, he played a few tournaments by himself without any convincing. He's doing puzzles on Chess Temple. So when there is some interesting puzzle for his level, I'm also sending it to him, and my father always likes to do them.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sorry for the long story, but I just want to to share that.
Amazing. And so I think that's the case for many people. Once they, play their first tournament or go to their chess club for the first time, even though it's scary, it's about overcoming that fear. And people are very nice in general. So
yeah,
anywhere you are in the world, and go to your local chess club and play some chess. Fantastic. And we have had a couple of moves in the position.
Yeah. So bishop h4, which we have spoke about, and knight e5. So basically, this a similar idea what we were discussing. There was this idea of b5, right? It didn't work because of bishop f1, but knight e5 is played with the same intention. Before moving the knight back, black just wants to make sure that this bishop will be moved now. The future of this bishop has to be decided. And even after bishop b3, maybe something like knight g6 can be considered. So knight g6, the point is that after bishop d3 you go knight e4. Maybe this is Nils' idea. He wants to get rid of white's bishop. The bishop has no good squares now.
So it looks like white is maybe losing the bishop pair in some of these lines. But can you also, if bishop b3, can you check on d3? No.
Yeah, definitely. You can check, but maybe...
Yeah, this is the problem.
That's the problem, right? Maybe there is some trick, but I do not see it. Because after knight c5, there's king takes c3. That's the problem. Okay, maybe you don't lose on the spot because of g5. No, you lose on the spot because of g5 okay. So yeah, probably this check is not too accurate.
But I think, as you showed, knight g6 and...
This probably looks nice. Because, okay, this can never be worse for black, never ever. A weak pawn structure. And the c file and the d file, soon after something like this, the bishop moves somewhere and put the rooks here. Black has to be shade better here.
Yeah.
So I guess that bishop g3 is probably forced. If bishop g5, you can also go knight e4 and the bishop is trapped. White has to give up this bishop after bishop f4 anyway, so this should be played. And I think that this is absolutely fine for black. Very nice move by Nils. Very nice idea.
And I guess after bishop c7, if you try to hold on, then black can play maybe even b6 or...
Yeah, this is what I wanted to suggest. Either b6 or even bishop d7 followed by rook c8. Maybe I don't want really to trap this bishop. I mean, I would like, but I speed up my development. White still can't castle because of knight takes f2, and if f3, once again I can go for tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. So
after knight c5, I win another tempo, rook d8, bishop b5, and suddenly maybe black is much better.
Yeah.
There are some knight h4 problems in the future, maybe king f2, but you know the general idea.
Yep.
That it can backfire very easily if you are going to be too overambitious.
Yeah.
David has 11 minutes.
Wow. For around 25 moves left to play, right? So 30 seconds per move. So it's basically the increment that is keeping him alive on the clock here. And actually, Aigo suggested knight e5 as a move. So shout out to Aigo for finding the correct move.
Very nice.
Very nice idea. And, yeah, now we expect knight g6. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm also wondering what happens if you just revert the moves and start with this. What is the difference? Because at first I thought that why give white this option of bishop e7, but actually it's a bad option, because here after bishop b4 you have knight d3 and okay, this is over.
Yeah.
So maybe you can even start with this, because not only is knight g6 a threat, but in some cases knight d3 might be a threat. Note that now when you play knight d3 there is no knight on c3 hanging, so there might be lines where you take this pawn. And there is this option of knight g6, there is also the option of g5 now. So maybe you start with this even.
But can you now try bishop c2?
Yeah, this is what I thought. This is probably the best move for white. Oh, and I get your idea, right? The bishop is now very strong. But still, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you can even consider yeah, even after g3 you can consider f5 even.
This looks extremely double-edged. Yeah. Because you know any endgame with knight versus bishop can be quite bad for white. Imagine the knight standing on g3 and like no forces can ever cross this line, and white probably has some fun for free. On the other hand, with the f file opened and rook still on the board and white's development being so nice, it can be very double-edged.
Yeah. And I just have a feeling black might be able to have time to get in the open files, and you would love to get to the second rank.
Actually, black looks better here.
Yeah.
To be honest, black looks better.
I agree.
Like, bring the bishop here, or even on b5, maybe on d3. Yep. This pawn is probably lost in the long run as well, like something like this. How do you defend?
Yeah.
And if I lose the e4 pawn, I'm not that unhappy about that.
Yeah. I think this is something to consider for black. So yeah, knight e4 looks like a very good.
So okay, let's assume that David sees something like this. How do you actually liquidate this position? Because I think that if you want a draw, you go for. Do you go for f3 here? A lot of calculations again. Something like this. You probably also have to find out if this works. Because what I wanted to show you is that after f3, my idea is that after something like knight g6, I just want to go here. And this looks equal.
Mm-hmm.
If knight e5 with some knight d3 ideas, then even if I lose this pawn, I should have great compensation because of suddenly active pieces. Like rook c1, rook c7. So this is probably not the way to go. But yeah, something like this. Like knight e2, like king takes f2. This looks equal, I would say. Black will probably play b6 and bishop b7. White will play knight e2. The rooks will come to here, and this would be a draw, I guess. So if David is fine with a draw, then I guess he might try something like this. After knight e4, maybe f3. Just to have this option of playing bishop to g3. Because we assume that this is probably not good, right? There are problems with this bishop.
Yeah.
Because now maybe you can play this. Oh, maybe this is the way. Still, yeah. I can never imagine white being worse here. White should be better, even slightly better.
I guess the problem now for black is the bishop on c8.
Yes, that's what I wanted to achieve, and I didn't see the way to do that. So maybe after knight e4 you have to castle queenside. Maybe this is the move.
And I guess G5 doesn't really make a big difference.
Maybe it does, because the knight stays active on E5. It's a bit stuck on G6. Maybe this is the way. So bishop G3, probably take.
Yeah.
And because I also think about this.
Then maybe knight H3.
Yeah, but I'm probably happy about the fact that you put your knight here, because now I can take, and first you have the H file closed, and after something like H6, the knight is a bit stuck here. So this is what I wanted to achieve.
Yeah. And you're also threatening on E3, so F3 doesn't really work.
Yes. And whenever you move the knight, this is hanging, so you probably have to go for something like this, and gradually move the knight back. And it's going to take some time. So I guess you don't want to do that after knight G4. Quite a complex position, even with the queens off the board. With the queens off the board. Because this is a threat now. You have to deal with it. Not only is knight takes F2 a threat, but this is also a threat.
Yeah.
So after casting queenside, maybe G5.
Maybe G5. But the question is now if you can you now go bishop C2 to try and kick away the knight?
Never easy. Takes. I wonder if knight G4 gives me anything here. But after knight G4, probably this works.
Yeah, and then H3, knight F3. F5?
Yeah, well, maybe F5 here.
Yeah.
Maybe F4. You know, just before white finishes development. Because my pawn structure is worse, so maybe some active play. But I'm not sure if this is okay for black.
But it's a tricky position because both players have, intermediate moves. And it's always difficult to calculate when there's so many intermediate moves and counter threats in the position.
Yeah. I also have this stupid idea of knight C3. Probably you have to take.
Yeah.
I take. Maybe this is a slight improvement, but I'm not sure. Because maybe something like this.
And
I have a feeling that this should be good for white, even though white is behind in development and he kind of stabilizes here.
Yeah.
Okay, 94 on the board. Okay. We will see what David comes up with. So basically, we found the whole sequence so far, besides this move 95. But since one of the viewers found it, then we are fine. But okay, what are the candidates' moves here? Obviously G5 and knight G6 are coming, and not to mention knight D3. What do you do? Do you play rook D1 maybe? Because the idea is similar to castling queenside, the difference being that the pawn on F2 is protected. Mm-hmm. But it gives black this important tempo to play G5 or knight G6.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I just have to mention Aigo on Tater. With Howell's time taken into consideration, I rather like Nils' play. The more complicated the position, the better, says Aigo on chat. And yeah, I mean it's still a bit complicated, and I like this move from Nils because it has to make David think for a little while. I mean, it's not easy for him to just blitz out a move in this position.
Yeah. This is a position where if you have much more time, then you will figure out a good way to either liquidate or fight for a slight edge, probably. But we are sitting here talking. We are not nervous like he probably is. For him, it's okay. He's a 10,000 better player than we are, but those conditions make it difficult for him probably. I probably have came up with another idea that might be unpleasant for white. Is even you can go a5, a4 here, fix this pawn on b2, and now all of the queenside pieces are far from defending this pawn. And I can imagine scenarios where black is going to play a4, put the knight on c4, and put pressure on this pawn. If you put the bishop on a2, and suddenly this bishop is not doing much, it's just hitting the wall. Maybe this is another idea. A bit slow, but worth considering.
But are you thinking of playing b5 as well, just to cover the c4 square?
It's possible to also play b5 maybe right away. Maybe b5 with this idea is possible also.
Yeah, I like that idea. And as we mentioned, in some lines, the a3 pawn, the setup there is a bit weak. And also the b2 pawn. If you ever take on c4, that's a weak pawn on b2.
Yeah, the moves like b5, I also want to highlight that when you make moves like this, you need to consider it twice or even 3 times. Because when you lack the dark squared bishop, you should always consider building this pawn structure to restrict the bishop. By playing b5, you are depriving yourself of the possibility of covering those squares with the pawns. So imagine this bishop being transferred here. In some positions, it might get problematic. Not maybe immediately, but just showing you the general idea.
It's a committal move in this case. That's a very good point.
Pawns don't move backwards. Or knights if you are tall, as Askild told today.
And it's a very good point. And in the game that David won 3 days ago, me and my co-commentator, we were looking at some ideas for him. But in many variations, we saw that, okay, the pawn was better placed, on f2 or g2, and just take your time, because as you say, the pawns will never go backwards. And especially the transition from middle game to end game, some of the pawn moves you will later find out was weakening for you in the position. Going into the end game. So that's a very, very good point.
One of the finest things that I learned when I was very young is that just exactly what you said. It's like if you play a move like, let's say white's bishop is on e4 and you play f5 in the opening, this square on e5 can suddenly become very weak. And it's not only in the opening, not only in the middle game, but especially in some end games. It gives opportunities to put pieces on this square. And very often white even sacrifices a pawn to get some initiative in the middle game because of those weaknesses. Now this square is weakened, this diagonal is weakened, and I learned to see those details. And I think it's important to notice that and to avoid unnecessary pawn moves unless those are really what's the word I'm missing? Justified.
Yeah. Improving your position.
Like just look even at this pawn structure we have on the board. Like this pawn moved and those 2 pawns moved only. Those are like 12 pawns and only 3 moved so far. We are not counting those who are not on the board.
It's a great advice. And also we've been discussing earlier in the match, different concepts in chess, and pawn structures is definitely one of the most important ones to understand in order to become a better chess player. And we have a move suggestion from the chat. Is bishop e7, d7, or sorry, no, bishop e7 any good in this position?
I think we have discussed that already, that after rook e8, the problem is that the bishop probably has to go back, because after bishop b4, you allow knight d3 with basically a triple idea, like.
But maybe. After rook e8, can you then play rook d1 with some
rook d1
similar theme as we looked at earlier in the game? I don't know if it's any good, but
okay, it's possible. But what do you do after f6? I mean, okay, one option is like to play f6. Maybe I don't have to play f6. Maybe I can play h6. But imagine I will play f6. What next? Where is the bishop going? If you play bishop b4, okay, I don't have knight d3, that's not nice, but I have a5 now.
Yep.
And the bishop is once again, it's not like trapped because it's not lost. White can play this or this or this, but it's white loses the bishop pair and any chance to be better ever. Do you think that David thinks about playing for the advantage here, or he already knows that? Okay, he played bishop c2. He probably already knows that he doesn't fight for the advantage anymore.
Yeah, and I think if he loses one of the bishops, I mean, the position is very symmetrical, and it's difficult to see white having any big advantage, at least. And it's down to 5 minutes now on the clock, David.
So, by the way, this is the variation that you suggested, that after knight g6 takes g3, there is f5.
Yeah.
This is this line that we were talking about.
This looks interesting.
And even if this doesn't work, I don't see anything wrong with this move. And then you can maybe play f5, b6, and bishop b7. Now white really put his pawns on the dark squares, and the light squares have been permanently weakened. Another possibility. So there is also g5, probably. What else do we have? Knight c5, probably.
Yeah. I guess knight c5, you probably go rook d1.
Maybe this one, right? Again.
Yeah.
Just probably want to put my king here. And I think that I want to play knight f3. If black takes, then I would be happy to have the g file opened.
But wait, maybe...
Bishop e7? Bishop e7 also. Maybe this works.
Absolutely.
But again, calculation, right?
Yeah.
The worst side of chess, that you have to calculate.
And now bishop d6.
Bishop d6, there is also probably knight c4.
Yeah. All these knight moves. It's
knights are tricky, especially if you have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to highlight one thing. Note how white constantly just needs one tempo to start pushing black's pieces back. Push those knights back, castle queenside or kingside, consolidate and have a slight advantage. But note how Nils, with every single move, poses problems. Very important, playing with the initiative. Constantly create some threats. Do something, like keep your opponent busy. Don't give him one move of brief. He has to work hard.
Yeah. And we can see it in this position, but also if you, let's say you have sacrificed a pawn in the opening, or you're sacrificing an exchange or something to get an attack, then it's also extremely important. For every move, you need to come up with some threats.
Mm-hmm.
Very often, your opponent will have time to consolidate, and then you will just be material down if you're not keeping the initiative in the position.
Exactly, yes. It's crucial to play vigorously.
Yeah, absolutely.
But maybe this rule also doesn't apply only to the positions with the initiative. In general, in chess, you just should play actively. Active play is very often rewarded.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And while Nils is having a think, should we just have another quick break to catch our breath? And
sure.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes, so stay tuned for the continuation.
I don't really know what my expectations were when I grew up. I just wanted to make games. I didn't really consider where that would take me. Today, I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Mojang in Stockholm. We have more than 120 million monthly active users and more than 200 million sold copies of Minecraft. I often get a question on why is Minecraft so successful? I believe it's the way you interact with the world. It's very simple and you have a big impact on just small actions. You quickly realize that you can build anything, so it gives you a very sense of empowerment. I came to Mojang because I've always been making games my entire life. Marcus Persson, he created Minecraft, and his idea was to create more games with the support of the success of Minecraft. I got asked if I knew someone that could help them develop a new game. I said, well, I volunteer myself. For the first year, it was just me and Marcus working on Minecraft. It was really indie spirit, as we say in the industry, like we were just doing things for fun. Sometimes we could have an idea on the Monday that was released on the Friday. So it was very high tempo and a lot of fun. When I started, the game had already sold 700,000 copies, which was amazing and more or less unheard of in the indie game scene. We believed that we had peaked, but we quickly realized that Minecraft is here to stay. So that meant that I would take over the lead development of the creative vision for Minecraft. I think the most fun part about making games is the early phase where everything is possible, and it's both about creating a world but also creating the rule sets of this world. When I look around, I always look at things and think about them in terms of game development. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse. For instance, when we were on a holiday in Singapore, and they have these amazing plants that grow on the trees, like flowers. And I was thinking, oh, that we could use that. Like, Sweden might be a good place to be a nerd. Well, we have these really long, dark winters, so it's not strange if anyone just stays indoors a whole weekend and working on something on their computers. That's potentially one of the reasons why we have so many good music artists and also game developers, and we have the time to really geek out on specific topics.
Så vi har ju precis snapshotat lite olika features till Caves och Cliffs, till exempel koppar, och vi har fått in lite olika feedbacks. Jag tänkte kolla lite med dig vad du tänker.
Today I'm more guiding and directing ideas, and Agnes Larsson is now leading the design team for Minecraft. We know that kids play a lot of Minecraft, so when we add new features, we try to consider if we can make this feature in a way that teaches them something. One of the reasons why we added bees was to put attention to that bees are very important for pollination, but also for the way we produce food. And also, Minecraft is a fantasy world, and not everything works as it does in real life, obviously. When I play Minecraft with my son, I build things, and my son, he wants to go on an adventure. So he just says, come on, Dad, we need to go. And I'll say, okay, I'll follow you. When we're out exploring, I'm more like, oh, can we go back now? Can we continue building on the castle instead? And he's like, no, Dad. I'm always thinking about what I'm working on next. You never really sit down and say, oh, this is it. It never really ends. You just follow your drive.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess.
and welcome back. This is Game 6 in the special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius, being played here in the heart of London at the Swedish Embassy. And today I'm joined by Kamil Plichta, and we're now underway in Game 6. David is up 3-2 in the match so far, and this is the current position. And what are your thoughts, Kamil?
Yeah, we have already discussed this position. We have seen it a few moves ago, so we can be happy, I think.
Yeah.
Although when we were on the break, I noticed that White probably had this interesting possibility of playing knight f3. The idea being that after knight takes g2, king f1, this knight is trapped. So if like f5, you move the bishop, the knight doesn't go away. But the problem probably with knight f3 is that anyway you just go f5, you don't care. And now, if the bishop moves, you don't take on g2, you take on f3. So the point is that first, after the bishop moves, I want to ruin my opponent's pawn structure. And the second point is that the bishop is kicked from this diagonal. I will be able to play b6 and bishop b7 later. So probably that's why David didn't play knight f3. David chose g3. We anticipated f5. And here we only analyzed what are the consequences of g takes h4 and f takes e4. David chose a safer possibility. He played bishop c2. And Nils immediately replied with knight g6. And this is the current position. Probably around equality, I would say.
Yeah. Maybe David now is thinking to go back to the b3 square to put some in that diagonal, while Nils is dreaming of getting the bishop either to b7 or b6 to target the rook on h1.
David is probably dreaming about taking on g6 and playing knight f3, knight e5. And f4 is exactly the move that I wanted to suggest. That first you dominate the knight, and second you just play knight f3 and create this outpost for the knight. The disadvantage of this move is that black probably can play b6 and bishop b7 right away.
Yeah.
So like b6, and if bishop b3, then bishop b7 anyway. This probably wins.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is one thing. Probably you need to play knight e2, because if you play knight f3, bishop b7, what do you do next? Okay, maybe this is okay. Maybe this is still okay. Yeah, so maybe the knight can go to f3, because I was a bit afraid of this. But actually white has a good bishop. If this was a dark square bishop, I would go for this all day long and go for something like this.
Oh yeah, nice.
That would be amazing for black, I think. But here, white should have the advantage. Like white will play bishop b3, put the rooks on the open files, and this pawn is a constant problem. e4 is coming as well at some point. Yeah, so this is definitely not the way to go for Nils.
But yeah, I mean, it's a bit annoying that we don't have time to fully get the knight to e5 straight away. But it's a nice move, because you have some added pressure now in the center, and yes, in some variations you can also later on in the game even consider moves like e4 just to try and because the f5 pawn can also be a bit of a bad pawn in some variations.
Yeah, that's exactly the disadvantage of the move f5 that we are discussing like 30 minutes ago, that now this pawn lacks protection and the e5 square is weak. I bet my hair that Nils would prefer to have this pawn on f6, not on f5 at the moment.
So are you starting to like White's position?
What I like about White's position is that, considering the time that David has on the clock, his next moves are extremely obvious. Basically, no matter what black is going to do, he can blitz out like knight f3, king e2, rook c1, rook d1, and bishop b3.
Yep.
So like this. So those are the moves that David can play instantly. Just check if those moves don't blunder anything and go for them. Black, on the other hand, has to solve the problem of this bishop. Now the question is, where do you develop it? Because if you put this bishop on this diagonal, this pawn becomes a bit weak.
Yeah.
And also the knight on g6 is unimpressive.
Yeah, I have to agree. Looks a bit easier to play now with the white pieces. And the only question is what I like about b6. compared to bishop d7, c6 is that if the bishop is on c6, you kind of are in the way for the rook. You want to go to c8 and targeting the bishop and just controlling the open c file. So maybe I prefer b6 and bishop d7 for that reason. But
okay, just when you said it.
But luckily, I'm not Nils. He knows better.
Yeah, I don't know. There was something about bishop d7 and bishop c6 that I also preferred. Maybe this is the thing that after b6, bishop b7, yes, you do not close the c file, but that means that you also do not close the c file for white. So maybe some opportunities for this maneuver.
Yeah.
Now it's not going to be possible. As you can see, David knight f3 instantly. I assume king e2 is going to be played instantly as well. Or king f2, one of these two, king e2. And now he can basically play bishop b3 and put the rooks here. That's what you would do, being short of time. And also I would probably, if I was David, I would start with rook f2 d1, because then I unpin and I have this additional possibility of knight d4. Not sure if this is any good, but first I play bishop b3. I just want to hit this pawn, make sure that black is going to do something about that, and this is already not so pleasant, because bishop b3, you move the rook, you play knight g5 or knight d4. What do you do with this pawn?
Yeah, maybe you have to go a bit the defensive here, which is not very nice.
But how? What do you do? Like move the rook, play knight f8, king f7, something like this, probably, right?
Something like this.
Oh, maybe. Do we exchange rooks? I think black cannot take anyway, and because now if you play bishop b3, maybe this is the move.
Yeah, exactly.
So. Like this, you want to play knight g5 next. But then bishop d5 maybe. Maybe this is the idea. Or maybe we can even start with it. Maybe this is the move that we are missing. Maybe bishop d5 here.
D5.
Even here maybe. And then so c4, right? So
yeah.
So just to be consistent. And bishop d5 played.
Wow, yeah, that's a great move. Looks like it's solving some of the problems for black, at least for now. Now I guess we expect rook h1 to move probably to d1.
Yeah, rook h to d1 and rook h to c8. Suddenly, some slight issues here. Maybe something like this. Equalish, I would say. After black improves this knight, this should be equalish. Rook h to c1 played.
Okay.
Yeah, just not to be forced to move the bishop.
And I'm just considering an idea now. Would you ever play e4?
Yeah, this is just what I wanted to say. That e4 is an idea, but what I dislike about it is that after takes knight g5, the problem is that black has just many good moves here. And the first good move is e5, which I think should be obvious that black should be better. Black has all the pieces in the center, okay, besides this rook, but it's going to join. And I think that even stronger is rook a to c8. The point is that you cannot take with the knight because of rook takes c2 check. Maybe you can take with the bishop though, because I thought h6. I don't know what I was thinking about. But okay, this has to be great for black, right?
Yeah.
Just take this pawn next, and rook h to c1. Yeah, e4 definitely worth considering, but I think that white is too undeveloped to do that.
Yeah.
No, I think that whenever white wants a draw, he can just play something like bishop d3 and knight e5. After knight takes e5, f takes e5, there's basically no way for black to get to this pawn. This pawn is weak, but it cannot be attacked, and should be a draw. But I'm not sure if David wants a draw at this point. Speaking from the match situation perspective, a draw should be good for him at the moment, right? Every draw gets him closer to the final victory.
And as you said, now David is finally blitzing out some moves.
Yeah, that's also one of my favorite things when I play blitz, like blitz, the proper blitz. Get positions where you know what to do and can play a lot of improving moves without too much thinking. This is like one of the best types of positions that you can get in Blitz. One of the worst positions is a difficult position that is objectively fine, but you just need to find some tough moves. You will burn your energy and time. And bishop d3, very easy improving move. I expect the next move to be some move with the knight from f3. Because there are no useful pawn breaks, I believe. Like h4, h5 doesn't make too much sense. We are just improving the knight and the pawn looks a bit loose. We are also weakening g3. g4 is not working, e4 is probably not working. Maybe knight d2 followed by e4 is an idea, but whenever you move this knight, you just need to be ready to meet e5.
Yeah. And I go saying Nils keeping up the pace. I like it. Yeah. How do you approach situations like this when your opponent is low on time in a classical game? Do you play faster or do you take your time?
This is basically the topic that one of my favorite topics, because this happens quite often. And I noticed a few years ago that I am overperforming over people who are time trouble addicts. So basically, I love playing against them. And this is a very complex topic, but I will just give a shortcut of my thoughts about it. We should split those topics into 3 parts. So the first part is that when you have a better position, much better position, or winning position, just don't care about your opponent's time trouble. Play like he has a lot of time and try to convert as efficiently as possible. That's basically it. Now the other question is, how bad is your position? If it's like much worse or losing, now is the best time. Like the moves between 30 and 40, when your opponent is in time trouble, those are the moves that you need to do something. Do something. Like buy the book by David Smerdon, which you have mentioned today, the Chess Swindler. Just buy it. It's amazing. And I agree with everything that David wrote there. It's an amazing book, and whenever you are worse or much worse or lost, if you're lost, you should play moves that your opponent doesn't expect. Some traps, tricky moves. Your opponent, when he has like 40 seconds, he will usually have an answer to the most obvious move. And sometimes he will also have an answer to the second most obvious move. So play something not obvious. Confidently. Do it confidently, he is going to blunder. And it happens constantly. Like people really crack under the pressure. If it's not going to happen now, you have like 7 or 8 opportunities to do that. And the third topic is that if the position is equal, I always like to think about my tournament situation, my mood, and my opponent, and then kind of adjust. It's more of an intuitive thing.
Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. And in the second category, so what you're saying is, even though the move is objectively not a very good move, you just play it fast and with confidence to try and put that pressure.
Yeah, because if your position objectively is like evaluated by the engine -5, if you're going to play the first line of the engine, it doesn't matter. Your position is lost anyway. It doesn't matter if after your move it's -7 or -8. What you want to do is to create your opponent the situation that he can make mistakes. That's the most important thing.
Yep. And I mean, that was some great advice to put him into different categories. And yeah, because very often people make this mistake that they generalize. Always use it or always not use it. And it really depends. And even when I'm saying this, I have the examples from my tournament games in my head at the moment where those worked. It's always a great feeling. Let's say your position is -5 and you actually manage to swindle your opponent.
Yeah.
It's always different feelings on how to win a game, obviously. But I mean, to get a great comeback in a game is always very satisfying. And shows that you're fighting till the very end. So.
This is also something very important. You need to have the determination. Many people are like, when their position is bad, they just kind of give up.
Yeah.
And even when I told you that I did this book by Michał Talnau, there were countless examples of defensive resources that were both not only in the games but also in the comments. The defensive there are a ton of defensive resources that you can use. If you don't trust me, then buy this book by David. I'm recommending it for the 3rd time. So David, if your sales boost today, then give some tip, please.
Oh, but that's great advice.
Quite funny, right? Because Black played 97 and White didn't play 95.
Yeah.
Because after 95, probably knight c6. So he has something else in mind. Where is this knight going? Oh, he wants to play e4. Now, where there is no knight on g6, he just wants to play e4 because he is not going to be hit with e5, probably. That's the idea, I guess.
Yeah. Now he's preparing e4, and yeah, I would say White has a slight edge because of the pawn structure and a little bit better coordination. But and also more active king, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
it should be in the center in the endgame. So the white king is not under any pressure at all in this position.
I briefly thought about this, and what I wanted to achieve is that after something like this, I'm getting the pawn back. But the problem is that White has this intermediate move all the time. So even here, if White takes, I don't have a good recapture because after this I cannot move my knight because this pawn is hanging. So it's going to take me some time to get the pawn back. I'm not sure if I want to allow that. e4 is coming. Yeah. So e5 should be prepared.
But do you have time to play g6 in that position and then
g6 probably e4, right?
No, in the line you were analyzing.
Sorry.
After e5.
So e5, rook takes c8, rook takes c8. Here g6.
Yeah, and then just prepare knight c6 and rook. Okay, so we take.
And probably with the bishop. Oh, with the bishop, then you can take and play rook c2. Not that clear.
And now, you have some check on f6.
You probably have to take. Maybe. But rook c5, there is bishop takes b7, rook b5. I'm not sure what's this position. In general, whenever there is a bishop, you want to open up the position.
Yep. But somehow it looks like black do have some counterplay if the rook gets to c2, but yeah, not clear at all.
Because I would like to get this position probably. I think that it should be should be drawable. But the problem is that in here White has rook c1, I guess, and if knight d4, I have king d1.
Yeah,
this should be great for White.
Exactly.
Unless there is something like this. And then you just calculate everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, a mess.
Still complicated. Yeah.
My favorite word when speaking about some game: unclear. You just completely get yourself out of responsibility of giving any claims. Like, okay, just take their game.
You don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I don't work here. Sorry. Ask somebody else. Knight c6 played.
Yeah.
Both sides improving their pieces.
But now I get a feeling that Nils says, okay, I can allow you to play e4. I'm not that afraid, and I will temporarily have a weak pawn on e6, but then I'll play e5 myself. So like
rook c5.
Rook c5.
Let me show you one thing. 6 moves ago we got this position. We were discussing that both sides pieces are not doing much. Look at how those guys, they don't even think about it. They do it intuitively, right? They improve their pieces.
Yep.
So like rook c5. Why rook c5? Because you want to play rook c1. And now the question is, why did he play rook c5, not rook c3? So probably the point is that if you play rook c3, you will achieve the same thing, but first, the rook is a bit more active on c5. By hitting this bishop, in some cases it might be important. For example, black cannot play e5. And my assumption is that David wants to provoke b6. Because after rook c3, he has bishop a6, rook a to c1, and he takes control of this important c file.
Yeah.
So that's the point of rook c5.
Right.
And on club level, when you start to improve in chess, when somebody plays a move like this, you just automatically want to hit this rook, right? Yeah. You just don't like it. Somebody is like going into your side of the board, and you just want to repel it. Go away.
But I have a question now. It's a bit defensive, but might be able to hold. So if you go back now with the knight to e7 and invite for some rook trades, is this a way to kind of neutralize the position?
Definitely, yeah. This is like one of the best defensive techniques. Exchange pieces.
And then rook a c1, you can just take, and then rook c8, and then claim that, okay, this is a draw.
Yeah, this looks a bit passive. You are allowing this, but okay, material is too reduced. This is just one weakness.
Yeah.
Like if I take with the bishop, I guess that this pawn weakness is not that. Maybe it is a bit important, but you probably don't even have to take. Like white's position should be a bit more pleasant, but I don't believe that.
Yeah.
On this level, it's winnable.
It's probably not enough to win. That's the claim. But
although it's the position so critical that you want to defend for the next 2 hours.
That's also a good point. But what to play for black then? That's the question.
Yeah, because white wants to double the rooks and play b4, b5, probably.
Yeah. And that's also interesting because now...
Maybe this.
Yeah.
Bring the king to d6. Makes some sense to me.
But also my point was that now white has somehow changed plans. We looked at, knight jumping into e5. We looked at e4. But now it also shows the flexibility of white's position to play on different type of plans. So, yeah, doubling the rooks, b4, b5, looks like a very concrete and nice way of playing.
Yeah, it's sometimes... rook c to d8. Sometimes there are questions, what is the difference between like 2600 and 2700. So I can tell you to everyone the difference between 2400 and 2700 is that the 2400 would automatically play 95 here. So that's me. And those guys know that whenever the knight appears here after knight c6, even if some pawn structure problem is going to happen, then without the knights, this position is just a total draw. So by keeping the knights on the board, David correctly sees that he has chances for the advantage. And 1 minute on the clock for 14 moves. But the position is so easy to play that I doubt that it's going to be some sort of a problem. I guess that Nils' idea is to play either rook d6 or rook d7 followed by rook to d8. I assume rook d6. You just don't want to calculate stuff like this. You don't even have to allow this, I guess. Probably rook d6. But yeah, then maybe e4. So yeah, maybe there is something to think about. Because why did he play rook to d8? What's the other idea?
I mean, I was looking at e5, but it just looks like a bad move.
Yeah.
Because, you have that.
Not sure if this is winning, because probably black is just in time to break the spin, but like in the worst case scenario, white should have
maybe
a pleasant advantage.
You have to go for this line. It just feels a bit loose. Was my first thought, at least, but maybe, I don't know. Because black is dreaming of kind of fixing the structure a little bit and breaking in the center. And if black is able to play e4 himself, I guess he's also happy with that.
Yeah, definitely.
But I just feel either black now has to try and become a bit more active, or you just have to hold like some rook move and be a bit on the defensive.
Okay, Nils has 10 minutes. I mean, if this doesn't work for white, if this doesn't win, then this is good for black. Then black solves his problems probably. Okay, because there is rook d8. And what do I do next? Okay, I will play e4. Has to take. I take. And now black is not in time for this because of knight c3. And I win everything. So after knight takes e4, black has to play something like... Maybe give this check first, but it doesn't make too much sense. Maybe something like this. Okay, white has to take, black takes. And what is this? Draw, right?
Yeah, looks very drawish.
Nothing better. Like f5 makes a majority, but just this maybe. Okay, yeah, I just blundered the pawn. Yeah, so this would be drawish, but he plays rook d7. But really, like I just want to quickly go through it again. There's absolutely no way to increase the attack here.
Because if it works to play e5, it just looks like a more active way of playing for black.
Definitely, we will ask them after the game about it if they thought about it, or what are we missing? Because this looks
okay. Can you? No, forget it. Yeah, you have to take, right?
Have to take first. There's nothing else.
And then knight g5 doesn't really do anything.
I mean, I probably can take here and claim that maybe I'm better now with black. Maybe not.
Yeah. It's just equal.
Yeah, so it just should be equal, right?
So, interesting.
Yeah, nice find there.
Now it feels like black is still, and now he played rook d7, which allows this pin with bishop b5.
Yeah. You know what's going to happen after the game? They will come to this interview and they will say that they both evaluated this position as clearly better for black, and like, why do I play e5 here? Why do I liquidate? I'm better, and they will laugh at us. Yeah,
that's how it is. But Kamil, I have a question for you. You mentioned, you're a strong FIDE master. You have 2 IM norms. So tell us about your plans going forward now. Obviously, I guess becoming international master is your next goal, and what's the process like?
Yeah, so my first approach is that I don't push for norms. I just go to the tournaments that I enjoy, where I like playing. When I have time playing, I just want to go there with friends as well. And if I probably wanted to score this norm very, very badly, I would play like 10 more tournaments, and probably I would do that. But that was never my goal. This year, I split my time into 2 parts. So the first part of the year, I work a lot. I'm currently working on my next course for Chessable. And the second part, I plan to play 5-6 classical tournaments, which is going to be the amount of tournaments I played in the last 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I focused my my attention on the work a lot. And there was also COVID, so my tournament plans didn't work as I wanted. But this year, from July to October, November, I'm going to play a lot, and that's the plan. I don't plan having any breaks. I still love playing chess. I started pretty late because I played my first classical tournament when I was 15. So I still enjoy it, and as long as I will enjoy it, I will play it.
You're the opposite of me. I played chess from a very young age. I was a great talent, and then I stopped playing when I was 15 or 16.
Okay. Yeah, so this is, I hear the story all the time. It's like in Poland there were many players who stopped playing where they were 18 or 19 because they went to college. Mm-hmm. At the same time, I started playing. So when I was 18, I was rated around 2050, something like this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they were rated 2400, and they ended their chess careers. But I loved chess pretty late. But yeah, it's still up to this point. Sometimes this game annoys me, but most of the time it is great.
Yeah. And I still play a lot of chess online. I play many hours per week, but I don't find the time or to prioritize playing classical tournaments anymore, which I used to. But I still love chess, obviously, and I'm working with chess, but not as active as a player anymore. But when did you get the 2 IM norms?
Yeah, so my first IM norm I got in Lviv in 2016. And my second IM norm I got in 2020 in the tournament in Poland, round robin tournament in Łazy. This is a very small village close to the Baltic Sea. Actually, it's pretty close from where I live now, because I live in the city that is 1 kilometer from Baltic Sea.
Okay.
No, the city is just at the Baltic Sea, but where I live now, it's like 20 minutes walk, so it's like 1.5-2 kilometers.
Interesting. And,
When you said about the Airthings masters, I probably am going to get the device that they got, because people say that in my city there is the best air in Poland. I want to make just to prove it.
Yeah. And speaking of Airthings, I mean it's a great device because it's also interesting to see the players on the Champions Chess Tour because their CO2 levels are so different. And Magnus, for example, he likes to play in a room that is fairly hot.
Mm-hmm.
He prefers that, 25, 26, 27 degrees, while players like Anish Giri is always, on 21, 22. And obviously, people have different preferences. But me and David Howell, we made a really funny video experiment. We were playing chess inside a sauna in Oslo, and it was 95 degrees in the sauna.
Oh, Jesus.
And David, obviously being a much stronger player than me, so he was playing blindfolded as well. And then afterwards, we went to this lovely museum in Oslo city. And at least for me, my level of chess was extremely much better in the nice conditions compared to playing in the sauna. And, you get almost like a headache, you're sweating, it's so difficult to focus. And we actually played an interesting game, in this museum, and David won in the end, but at least I managed to put up a fight. And so I really think it does matter, and it's a great shout out to get these devices when you're playing.
That's always great to try the new things. Also, in Poland there is a tournament where you combine chess with not swimming, but I'm not sure if the word is snorkeling, like going under the water.
Oh,
yeah. So basically, the chess board is glued to the bottom of the swimming pool, and after you make a move, you just need to go 2 meters to the water.
Yeah, that's interesting, and obviously, we have chess boxing. I think we can have in the future. We might have other different types, combining chess, either with another sport or some other activity.
Do chess and eating. I'm going to be a serious contender then. But there are going to be probably many other people who will
strong
participate.
contenders. Yeah.
Yes.
I have this idea of having like a karaoke chess. So I want to do a challenge for David, karaoke and chess.
Do it.
And I think also Mr. Dodgy was tweeting about karaoke chess a few weeks ago. So hopefully we can make it happen. Okay, so what's going on now in the position?
Yeah, basically David just played his move having 5 seconds.
Wow, down to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So we saw bishop b5.
Bishop b5, knight f3, and now king f8. So it was like rook d7, rook d8, and now knight f3, and this is the current position.
And now I guess the problem so it does take.
And probably knight d4 is going to be played. I see no other move.
But do you then allow rook d2?
Yeah, but knight d4 is the only move that does not. Yeah. Because otherwise black will either take, and if knight e5, there's rook d2. So this is probably the move.
So now maybe knight back.
Yeah, I mean bishop d5 has to be played also, because 2 units hanging, let's defend them. And now probably white is going to be pushing the queenside pawn. So the rule in such positions is that you improve your pieces to the maximum. I guess this is just the maximum that you wanted. And now you just want to improve your pawns. To do that, you just need to push here or here. On the other hand, it's really not easy for black to improve this position. Black is kind of stuck here.
Yeah. This looks like a pleasant position for white. White has many moves, as you said, and for some reason it seems like black just have to sit and wait a little bit.
Whoa! Okay, so easy. So yeah, if rook takes knight e6, white wins a pawn, and if pawn takes, which is going to be played, knight e6,
King e7?
And suffering. A lot of suffering.
Because now the white king will come to d4?
I would go as far and say that this is a lost position for black.
Really? Wow.
I would say so, yeah. Okay, maybe not like lost, but there's this rule of two weaknesses, right? And one weakness is black's passivity, the second weakness is the square, this is the third, fourth, fifth. Like maybe this is like not a permanent weakness, but you probably get the point. Like white has the only open file. White will have the king on d4.
And we can never exchange rooks in the c file because...
No, I don't think so, yes.
Wow.
I don't think so.
And how to get any type of counterplay? It doesn't look...
Any type of counterplay? Probably this.
Yeah.
If any at all. Maybe this saves the day. I guess you have to take with the king. That's the problem. That's the another problem. If you take with the rook.
Yeah. How is this pawn endgame?
Good luck calculating this. But okay, this should be okay. This should be draw.
Yeah.
Because you will just keep moving like here, and black should have definitely more moves with the pawns than white. So like if this happens, you play king d6, and white has to play some moves with the pawns, and I'm just never going to.
Yeah.
Like I can do this probably.
But I guess this is the first thing you just look at briefly.
Yes.
To see.
So maybe you can take with the rook. Maybe also I can have a better version a bit, because I assume that rook... Maybe you don't have to play rook d8, so maybe you can take with the rook. Yes, he did. But okay, king d3 is going to be played, I assume. Because if rook c7 doesn't give you any immediate benefits, then you're just wasting some precious time with rook c7.
Yeah.
And you don't want to do that.
King d3 looks very natural.
Because imagine you lose some time like this. Then probably black can play this.
Yeah.
And once again, a tempo short. So if you play rook c7, then it might actually be already good for black. I mean, it can be drawish then. So I assume king d3, king d4 is the plan that guarantees white a long-lasting pull in this endgame.
And just checking the chat briefly. The score in the match is 3-2 for David. Go David, says Dustin. And Ariel has a question. Is the rule of two weaknesses? If you have two weaknesses, you lose? Is the question.
In general, yes. So the thing is that the general rule in the endgames, queenless endgames, is that whenever you have one weakness, only one, and your opponent cannot force you to create the second one, you should be able to draw the game. But if you have two weaknesses, then the rule is that first you should do everything in your power to make sure that your opponent is going to defend one weakness, and then usually having the two weaknesses, the side with two weaknesses has like less space, then you quickly transform your units to attack the second one. And there is also this thing that whenever there are two weaknesses, quite often you can create another one. But it doesn't apply to all positions. It's a very classic rule. If you see the games by great classic players who were great technicians, Capablanca, Karpov, you will see this rule of two weaknesses. Like they created one, and then they did everything to create the second one, and they converted, like effortlessly. On the other hand, speaking about this position, David played h3. I thought about g4 briefly, but I thought g4 first. And so I'm just going to show I thought about this idea for a second, but I rejected it quickly because that's the first thing. But I kind of, I don't know. I think that this h3 move might be a bit too slow.
But I guess the point is that black can never go d4.
D4 rook c7.
So maybe he just thinks he has time to improve on the king side a little bit. So now what for black?
Maybe king d6. This is the move that you always want to play. And then maybe something like this. By the way, if I play king d6, how is white going to break through? Like, I make this move. What's the plan? If you ever move this rook, I'm just going to gladly play rook c8. So I guess g4 is the only sensible idea.
G4. Oh.
You just open up the second front.
But I was thinking, can you just allow that and...
I mean, you can like take play h6 maybe.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I'm also dreaming maybe to bring the rook to e8 and try and...
Yeah, like rook e8 and play d4, but then I probably can play king d3.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the idea. Yeah, I think that this is okay for black. But I don't understand why not this. Maybe this is just not dangerous. Because, when I said that, I think that this position, this is like, over-exaggerating, but I thought that this position might be winning only in case where black has to take with the king. Later, we saw that you can also take with the rook, so maybe it's not so bad. Okay, he played king d6 and g4 on the board. I think if today there was some guess the move contest, we would be pretty high on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the number of moves we've guessed correctly. And for now, it seems like, Nils is doing a good job defending, and if he can activate the rook, go to e8 probably, e6. Maybe he's doing okay. And
now, what do we do with the f pawn? Because there are three things usually in such situations. You can take, leave it, or defend it. So g6 I wouldn't play. It creates this weakness on f5. So I would quickly reject that. So it's either take or play rook f8, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to be smart and play something like this, and now be, I'm going to take your pawn, then white might be smarter.
Exactly, yeah.
And okay, you can play like this, but okay, now I'm very happy. So this is probably not the way to go. So yeah, he played rook f8. So it's either rook f8 or take. Taking and playing h6 was another option.
So maybe Nils is doing okay.
Yes, this looks fine.
And they're both in time trouble. They have 5 more moves to make. David down to 30 seconds.
You know what? There is one plan that I think might be interesting for white here. So the winning plan, no, not winning. Sorry, I will stop using this winning. But the idea is that you get the king to d4 and you threaten rook c5.
Yeah.
If black stops that with b6, you play b4, b5, and then rook c6 is going to be a threat. Maybe this is the idea.
Absolutely. Maybe then, yeah.
But it's not going to work, because whenever I put the rook on c1 and king on d4, black will play rook e8, and rook c5 is going to be met with rook e4.
Yeah.
This should be drawable.
But then maybe you force black to take on g4, because if rook c1, rook e8, then you take on f5.
But how do you force black to take on g4?
I mean, now if let's say b6 or just a move, and then.
Okay, I'm just going to move here.
Yeah. So then rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
King d4. And now my plan was to take on f5.
Oh, okay.
And then rook c1. Yeah.
So this, but maybe this is good.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe this is the idea. And all rook endgames should be drawn.
Yeah, I guess you have to take and then rook g7, but maybe it's not.
Okay, this should be.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Should be okay for.
Still, I'm not going to do claims that this is like a draw, but should be okay.
It's interesting because we've had a couple endgames, rook endgames, and that's the saying, right? That all rook games are drawn, but in practice, it's not always that easy. Even though the computer might say it's equal, And you have all these different types of rook endings as well. So even though you know certain rook games are drawn and you know the technique, it's impossible to kind of memorize or study all the different ones that can occur. So.
Yeah. The rook endgames are extremely complex because there are different patterns in those endgames. And what is even more important, not only memorizing them, but just go there to the tournament hall, know that you are defending, have not too much time on the clock, and just try to play it with your hand, right? This is a completely different story. Like sitting here in your warm, cozy room and remembering this is different than being there and playing. It's like checkmating with knight and bishop. Ask anybody, he will say he will do it. And then put a clock and give him like 40 seconds and 50 spectators watching it and recording it live on TV.
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah. Okay, a5 played. So Nils grabs some space.
Okay, he went back with the rook.
I would be just going the rook f8, rook f7. I would be afraid to touch anything on the queen side.
Yeah.
And rook g2 played by David. One more move for white and two more moves for black until they reach time control. Because they have 30 minutes, right? After 40 moves?
Yeah. 30 minutes. So I guess if black doesn't do any crazy stuff now, he will be okay going into
rook f6. Why doesn't he want to play rook f? Oh, I get the idea of a5. He just wants to move the king to d7 and play rook b6 probably. Rook b6, rook b3, and a4. Is black playing this for the advantage?
Wow.
Seems like.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But maybe White's king can go to d4 at some point. But
then once again, maybe this rook e6 idea.
Yeah, still.
Because the thing is, I would like to play this move rook e6. In general, I would like to have my rook here. And I want to mate rook c2 with rook e8, because then the rook is now not on the g file. I want white to lose some time. Mm-hmm. Rook f6 played. David 7, 6, 5. What's going on? Oh, 3 seconds. Rook g1 played. Okay, very, very good decision, practical decision, because move 40, you don't want to blunder anything on move 40, right?
Exactly. I think we've all experienced making blunders on that move.
Oh, I experienced doing blunders on move 41.
Yeah.
In one game, one of the few games where I was in time trouble, I reached the control, and on move 41 I blundered. I blundered in the position where my opponent had no pawns.
Really? Wow.
And there were major pieces on the board. I blundered and the only check that was available in the position.
Yeah, so that's also famous that people make mistakes on move 41.
Yeah.
Could we see a repetition in this position, or?
David has 30 more minutes. He's going to think about it, I think.
And I mean, knowing these two players and based on the game so far in the match, I also don't think we will see a repetition. But yeah.
Okay, a quick question. What's going on after white plays g5 and goes for this, this, and this? Because we didn't discuss that.
This looks like an interesting plan. And it might force black either to... Yeah, you force black to keep the rook on g7.
Because if you're going to play too slowly, like very, very slowly, then I'm going to achieve something like this. And not h6, because after h6 I probably cannot break through ever. But I just play like this, or maybe this. Oh, this is better.
Yeah.
Because I threaten rook g8.
And also rook b. Rook
maybe
a.
this. It looks like maybe this. Looks maybe like holding for black still.
Yeah. A bit passive, but yeah, maybe holding things together for now.
Disgusting.
But I guess White's problem is the king is not able to join the party.
I feel like maybe there is something better in the process.
But maybe one idea at some point is to threaten to go to f6.
Maybe like this.
So my plan was in some lines to threaten to go to f6 with the rook, and then you divert to black king.
Oh, you wanted to go to the pawn endgame?
Yeah,
Or,
and then
yeah?
the white king will go for the b7 and a pawn, and then
You mean somewhere here?
yeah. So to threaten at some point to go to f6, but you will prepare it. So maybe now king d4.
But I think the problem with this is that black might be able to play this always, and meet king d4 with king d6.
But maybe if we now, instead of taking, we play king d4 and then rook f6.
So king d4 first.
Yeah. Okay, but then it's met by rook e4, right?
Always I have this idea. That's the point.
So rook f6 now, maybe
e7. I think. Oh, maybe.
But now maybe. But then okay, it's still tricky. Yeah.
But yeah, this is the move. Okay, let's quickly check this because this should be losing, right? Like if I do nothing, you will just pawn end games. I hate them. But okay, this should be winning for white.
Yeah, and then you have a4.
Maybe b4.
b4, yeah.
Like here. Oh, maybe it's not. No, this is a draw. I misplayed this. So like a4?
Yeah, a4. And now, okay, but yeah, you can always go back.
Black is winning.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, right?
Or?
No, that's still a draw.
Yeah, okay. It's complicated. Yeah, I also hate pawn endings. It's not easy to calculate. And imagine having to do this over the board.
No, I will not. But yeah, this might be smarter because black can't meet this with rook e4.
Yeah.
So here black doesn't have time to have the rook on e6. I mean, of course, we lost like 4 tempi getting here, but I just wanted to show you the perfect scenario for white. And now what do you do with black? Probably a4 is the only move not to let the white king in, because if you play b6, I have a4. And maybe king e6 still, because now I don't have c5.
But then it's tempting to play rook h8 at some point and try and go around.
Yeah, so the issue I see with rook h8 is that black has time to go for this setup, and now rook e4 is coming.
Yeah, and if rook d8, you can just...
Maybe give a check first.
Yeah.
And king c6. Always meet rook g8 with rook e6, and maybe I have this bonus idea of d4 in some positions.
That's a bit annoying, the d4 idea.
Yeah, it looks like it's not like one line that is okay for black. There are a few ones, so this should be okay.
Yeah. And yeah, we might have a long game. And while David is thinking, maybe we should just have another quick break, and then we'll catch up on the action soon.
Yeah.
See you in a couple minutes.
Locally produced. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. the biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right, we have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields, and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
welcome back. We're still in this drawish-looking endgame in Game 6 of the special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. They're playing just a few meters away from where I'm sitting here in the heart of London at the Swedish Embassy. And today I'm joined by FIDE Master Kamil Plichta. And what do you think about the position? Will this be a draw?
Yeah, it should be a draw, especially that the players repeated the position already once. So this was the position after move 38, this was position after move 39, and this is the position after move 41. So already the second time we have this position on the board. I think still if White wants to try anything, and I mean anything, this is probably the only plan. But it's tough to believe that it can work. Should be a draw.
And as you said, now maybe not rook f6 because of g5.
I mean, this is probably still okay, but I don't know. I myself fail to see the benefit of the move rook f6 over rook f8. I think that rook f8 is first safer, and the second thing is that whenever some rook c2 happens, all of those squares are already covered.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I just want to remind everyone we're raising money for the Norwegian Refugee Council, a joint effort between them and Chess24. And our goal is to get to $20,000 by the end of this match. So if you have the chance, we appreciate your contribution. And we have a QR code here on the broadcast next to the board. So any contribution is welcome, and we're close to 10,000 now. So we're halfway through the match, and we're approaching 10,000, which is obviously half of 20. So hopefully we can get there in the end. So it's for a great cause, and much appreciated if you have the chance to donate.
Okay, rook f8 played. Oh no, sorry, it's my move. I got confused for a second. Sorry for that.
And let's see if the chat has any input there.
Yeah, on Twitch there is a question. Aren't these classical matches outdated in the internet age? Wouldn't rapid or blitz matches be more interesting and exciting to watch for viewers? The thing is that this is not the online match. Those players are playing live, so it's like the big tournament is happening, but in this case only two people are participating. So they are playing anyway. If we are going to broadcast or not, they are going to be playing. And now Nils decided that, okay, so if you said rook f8, I will play rook f8. And I assume that David is going to still try with g5. It's going to be a draw, but he's going to try, I think.
That's the only, seems like the only way to try go for the win. But I just have to...
Although he looks a bit, not bored but maybe not disgusted, but it looks like he doesn't want to play anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, rook g1 play.
Okay.
Okay, shake hands.
Repetition incoming. No, I just wanted to comment on the question from Twitch. Mm-hmm. I think it's nice to have, this. Okay, we will probably have.
Rook g2 free fold.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say I like this this balance between rapid online formats and because I mean, traditionally chess is a classical game, but now in the new era, obviously rapid chess, blitz chess has taken more over. But it's nice to see that both can coincide next to each other, and we don't have this format anymore. These classical matches between two opponents. We obviously have it in the World Championship match. And it used to be more common back in the day, where two strong players played each other over 10, 12, 20 games, So it's nice to see it for a change. And
by the way, I have a question for you. How does it look from the, not legal, but how to do it? Like, I can pick any player I want. I can play a match with him, and the games are going to be FIDE rated, how to do it? Is it special agreement with FIDE to do the match like this? What conditions do they have to be for a match like this to be rated?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously they have a FIDE arbiter present, and I think besides that, I think you're good to go. Obviously, if you want strong players like this, you also need a sponsor. You know,
obviously, yeah.
Money to give to the players in prize money. But yeah, as long as you have a registered FIDE arbiter, I think you're good to go. From what I know, at least.
I thought it's a bit more complex.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I might be wrong, but let's say you contact FIDE, you say, I plan to have this match, we have the sponsor, we have an arbiter, and then I don't see any problems with...
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think it's more complicated than that.
Okay.
I might be wrong. We can... I'll do some research, asking the people here in London. But
sure, that would be appreciated. Yeah, because I've always thought it's like, I don't know, the list of 20 conditions that has to be there. But I had no idea. It's just my assumptions. I didn't think it could be that easy.
I guess you might have a point because if they're rated, yeah, that makes a big difference. Because I, together with my father, actually, in 2013. I was organizing a match between Magnus Carlsen and a good friend of mine, Borki Grandelius, Grandmaster. And this was they played in Lillehammer during the Norwegian Championship, my hometown. And they played, I believe, 4 rapid games. And I don't think that those games were rated. So we didn't have to, contact. We did have an arbiter, but we didn't have to contact FIDE or anything. And but I think obviously that's easier when the games are not rated. So that was purely a friendly exhibition match. And yeah.
I mean, if the games are friendly and they are not rated, then you probably don't need an arbiter. You just arrange the match and play.
So we just wanted, to be a bit professional towards the players. So we did have an arbiter just to make sure everything was okay. But yeah, that was a great event, actually, close to 10 years ago soon. And we got some extra, media attention and so on for the Norwegian Championship, which was great. And we have a couple questions on chat. Ed saying, I started chess after watching the online coverage of the tour last year with David and team commentating. That's great. Keep on playing and keep on watching the Champions Chess Tour. And the standings currently are 3 points for David and 2 for Nils. We assume this one will be a draw. And Ed saying commentating analysis is great. Askild and Kamil, very instructive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to get some nice feedback. And yeah, I mean, nothing really going on. David might be a bit frustrated, but I mean, he didn't really have a big clear advantage, it seems, in this game. Might be a little bit better, but draw is a normal result, I guess.
I wanted to show one thing. It's like, imagine a position like this. It might look extremely tempting for black to go for something like this, hoping for a position like this, like rook h1, rook h7, and I think it's obvious that black is probably pushing here, because there is the h pawn and it's a passed pawn. Although after something like this happens, white might play rook h1, and now if takes, there is rook g1, and white has to be better here. Take, rook g5, king d4. So that means that black should not take it. This time black might be like, once again I tricked you, I will have the h-pawn. But after f5, it's actually white who is going to have the h-pawn. So has to be very careful. There is a pin, white threatens to take, black has to take, and white takes on h5, and suddenly it's white who is pushing. h6 coming. Maybe this is a winning position. So, it's very easy to lose objectivity. The fact that you were better a few moves ago doesn't mean that you have the right now to do anything you want because you were better. Doesn't matter. You have this position, and you need to you have to look at it with fresh eye.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these pawn moves, breaking the pawn chains, are very thematic, because you're targeting both ways, both left and right. And,
yeah.
It's really thematic, and I think that's one of the things you realize when you become a better chess player. That's one of the concepts that you read. Okay, finally I understand these type of moves, which can challenge, either a pawn chain or things like that. And that's something for the viewers as well to look at, when to do those type of pawn moves.
Yeah, transforming pawn structures is one of the hardest skills to master, because whenever you transform the pawn structure, it cannot be revert. It cannot be taken back. Whenever you do it, it's over. It's like those players, like David and Nils are playing, and they decided, okay, my piece placement here is not right. I'm just going to remove my pieces and get the position I had a few moves ago. With pawn structures, it's not going to be like this. Whenever you decide on something, it's permanent.
Yeah, absolutely. And what is David thinking about now?
What is he going to eat for dinner?
He told me yesterday, actually, he's planning to have a haircut this evening.
Oh, nice.
So we'll see. But I think Nils will be happy if this game finishes soon, because he doesn't want to play long into the evening. So if he can finish soon, have his dinner, and go early to bed, I think he's going to be happy. Then,
by the way, Nils also had a haircut a few years ago. He had longer hair, right?
Yeah, I mean, he had very long hair, and also,
Jamaican type.
Yeah, Jamaican style with dreadlocks at some point, and so he had a big transformation.
Yeah, because I remember I couldn't decide if I'm more jealous of his skill in chess or of his haircut, but and now I'm probably more jealous about his chess skill. I'm already used to my haircut. David is contemplating life for sure.
Yeah.
He's looking at the ladder.
Okay, but I think we finally have a move now from... Okay, so he's...
Rook G3.
G3.
Okay.
What is he trying to say here? Because obviously he could have played Rook G2 and...
Maybe he just wants to confuse Nils.
Yeah.
It's a typical move you move to confuse your opponent. It's like, maybe I will play the rook on g3, he will see that my rook is not active, and he will play rook c7 and then run into something like this. Or maybe this. Maybe this is... But okay, he's not going to do that. He will play rook f8, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Nils understands the position now and knows what to do.
Yeah, but now look at this. Now, okay, black is on the defensive side now, but it's now black who has the easy moves. Black can just play rook f8, rook f7. This is the perfect defensive setup. King on d6, pawn on a5. Don't touch anything, just move your rook. Also one of the hardest skills to master. Sometimes in chess, you just do nothing. The best thing is to do nothing.
Yeah.
It's like very often in life you just want to say something, you know you are going to regret it and you still want to say it. And that's the same thing here. You know you will regret this active move, so just sit tight. Don't do anything.
Sit tight. And just one question. Why haven't David tried this G5, H4, H5 plan yet?
I don't know. I see absolutely no disadvantages to this plan. I really don't know. Because he doesn't risk anything with it.
Yeah.
At least I think he doesn't. Maybe there is something obvious, but black can never stop it with h5 because of this rule we have that we call en passant.
And unfortunately for black in this case, that doesn't work. But I mean, maybe he also thinks that I can do this later anyway.
Yes. I think he will try it. But since David is a little bit frustrated, I think that he says that it will give him nothing. If he would think that this is promising, I think 10 minutes ago this position would already be on the board.
Yeah. And meanwhile, yeah, if you have any questions, comments, feel free to join in on the conversation. We'll try and answer as best we can. While David is thinking. But I mean, again, it's interesting. I mean, if any player was better in this game, I guess it was David. I mean, again, the white player had a slight advantage at least. So yeah, white is doing really well in this match so far. But it's interesting, you know, we have this aim test that studies your different strengths in different categories. And I would say, you know, for these two players so far, the resourcefulness has been really good. And that means, you know, defending difficult positions. But their, I mean, the conversion rate, on the other hand, has not been the best. And especially in game one, I think Nils had +2 or something, if you found the best continuation. Even though still a very complex position, he was a lot better in that game. But yeah, both players have been defending really, really well, and that's how it is when you're playing it. I mean, for me or you, when you play players with that strength, it's almost like you have to beat them 2 or 3 times in the same game, because they always find resources, they always find ways to keep the game going and make it difficult for you.
Even in a position that is utterly hopeless, there's 1 or 2 traps.
Yeah. That's what I like about chess. There's always resources in a position, or at least a few tricks you can try. Or yeah. So that's why you never should resign. You know, always fight until the end. And even though you know you have a bad position, always try. As we mentioned, you know, David's book, try to swindle, try some tricks, and say to your opponent, you have to prove that you're winning this game.
You know, it's probably the same as in tennis. It's like there is the ball that, okay, you will probably hit. It's impossible to just hit it strongly. It's just barely can touch the ball. But do it. Your opponent is going to win the point, but show him that you're going to fight to the end, right? And we have a draw, right? This is already like the 3rd time on the board. And they are not claiming. Nils is smiling? No. Oh, I thought he's smiling. But this is the 3rd time, right? Yeah. Because we had this position on move 41, yes, and we had this position on move 39. So 1, 2, and now after rook f7, this is the 3rd time? No, it's not. It's not, because it's white to move, and there was black to move. Aha. Okay.
But yeah, also we discussed the other day, I had international master Tom Rendell from England joining the commentary. And he said, when you're in a difficult position, always try to find, you know, these small victories for yourself to believe that you're able to either to defend or to try and come up with some tricks. And that can be pushing on the clock. It can be, just to find to make it some defensive move, just to make it a little bit difficult for your opponent. And it all starts with yourself, because if you don't believe it's doable, then you're already lost. You know, if you think.
Oh yeah. If you convince yourself that you're lost, then nobody is going to prove you wrong.
You will lose. Yeah.
You will lose.
Okay, this has to head for a draw now. I can't imagine anything else. So again, rook g1, when we expect rook f8.
Yep.
Mario saying, "Let's go, David."
I mean, let's go in the game, or let's go out. But because this let's go is probably for the next games. Today is going to be difficult.
It looks like this will head towards the draw now. And Maria asking, what move are they on? They just passed
45.
Move 45.
Currently. Yeah. David likes to play games which last like 200 moves, right?
Yeah, for him this is a very short game.
Yeah, this is just a miniature.
And we feel it has been a short game, but they have actually been playing for over 4 hours. So in general, it's not a long game, but it's not a short game either, I would say. And Mario saying, haha, I hope to meet you guys one time in the good night. Yeah, that's the chess bar.
I know. I know.
Yeah, me and David goes there quite often. So stop by and say hi next time you're there. Have you ever been there, Kamil?
I mean, since I started playing chess quite late, I didn't have too many opportunities to go abroad to play tournaments. I was only in a few countries, to be honest, and never been in any Scandinavian country. But I have huge plans for visiting basically all countries and play tournaments there.
Yeah, great.
At least in Europe.
So yeah, Oslo should be on the list.
But I'm also the type of person that when I go to some tournament and I like it a lot, I'm going to go back. So it gets in the way.
That's the problem. I did that for the tournament in Gibraltar. I went there 15 years in a row almost. And,
whoa, that's nice.
Yeah, I didn't go to any other tournaments, so that became a tradition. Me and my friends would go there, and and it's always nice because that tournament was in late January, early February, and obviously we have the cold winters in Norway. So just to go away for 10, 12 days during the winter is really nice.
I had the same approach in Lisbon, but because of the COVID, they canceled the tournament 2 times already. This was like the end of January, Lisbon, 7:30 p.m. It's sunlight and 22 degrees.
Perfect.
And chess round tournament rounds at 7 p.m.
Wow, yeah.
Very often you finished your games after midnight. And something amazing for me because I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah, me too. So that sounds like a good tournament to play. And we have a question from Eivindus. What would be the new record for amount of moves? And I might be wrong, but I think the record in a classical game is from Belgrade, 1989. And I think the number of moves is 279, but I might be wrong.
How do you remember such things?
Yeah, I'm good with
can you repeat the number of moves?
So I think it's from Belgrade, 1989, and the number is 279.
269.
269. Okay.
Who played the game?
I can't remember. Sorry, but
okay.
I was partially correct at least.
Nikolic Arsovic.
Okay.
The game lasted over 20 hours.
Wow. Okay, so 269. I will remember now. 269.
This is what amazes me because I have a different type of memory that works for me every time. But for example, when you ask me about some classical games that were famous, then probably the only one that I can tell you from memory, okay, there are a few ones, like the famous Botvinnik Capablanca game, Shirov Topalov, right? But the most famous, like maybe I know 10 games. If you show me positions from the games or show me the game, I will recognize it. I just don't. But what is strange is that I remember, if you show me the game I played 15 years ago in some rapid tournament, I will probably quickly tell you that it was this game. And I don't know why it works like this. I remember what I have seen live. So what I witnessed with my eyes, I will probably remember, even if they were not my games. I don't know why it's like this. So when I hear something like this, when I see something like this, I'm amazed that people can do this. G5.
Okay, David is going for it.
Go, David. So the correct setup for black is probably to get the rook to e6, because we have seen that it's much harder to defend having the rook on g7, because we assume that there is going to be h4, h5 played. At some point white is going to take and put the rook on h6. And there are two ways to defend this pawn. You don't want to do it with the king. The king has to stay in the center, cover this pawn and be here. So you can do it with the rook from g8 or from e6. The problem with the rook on g8 is that after white plays something like rook h7 and king d4, black lacks any counterplay. While if you, let's say, play like this, okay, let's put this position on the board. I just want to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So it's either here or here, or let's say it's here, doesn't really matter. And now in this position, it's much easier for black to get counterplay, because the rook on e6 might look like it's a bit more passive, but the point is that white cannot improve the king, because always king d4 is going to be met with rook e4. So probably black is going to be waiting here with, let's say, king c6. And now white has to do something. Rook g7, probably b6. And this is, I guess, the maximum concession that white might get.
Yeah, it looks difficult for white to make any progress.
So Nils is going to probably figure out a setup that is even more convincing than that. Because I'm also thinking about this now when I think about it. Although I'm not sure about it, if I want to do that. Okay, if white doesn't take, then it's amazing. But if white does take, still should be okay. But I don't know. I would not like to allow that.
And yeah, this looks a bit more tricky maybe for black.
There is a risk that black might run out of moves, although king e6, king d6. I would not dare to go for that.
Yeah, I like the other setup better with rook on e6. And I guess for white, the problem is you don't have any good pawn breaks left. You don't have the king to help out. It looks like a fortress at first sight, at least, but we'll see.
Okay, how do we look for counterplay for black? Let's imagine that this passive option doesn't work. What do we do? So we do this, and this probably. h5 and rook b6. Maybe this is also fine. Because the point is that I want to get my rook to b3 and play a4. And then I can even give up this pawn and go with the king to g7.
Mm-hmm.
And if white plays king c2, then I have probably two good options here. So one is to play a4 and rook b3. The second one is to just give this check. And what is white going to do? If king goes here, here, or here, I go rook b6, so I assume king b1. And now maybe even this is fine.
Yeah.
Looks like these active options should also be sufficient. Because note that this pawn can also be defended not only from e6, it can also be defended from b6. The king can move forward, and the rook on b6 is going to do an excellent job.
Absolutely, and yeah, I think both options are good for black. Might even be slightly more active on b6, but I also like the idea to go to e4 from e6 whenever white is playing king d4. So yeah, I think both options are good. And Howell saying in chat, the GM post head in hands. So like this probably is the GM post.
This right?
Yeah. David loves to cover his face in his hands. And King Lair asking how is the match going? So this is game 6. David is leading 3-2. 4 draws and 1 win for David so far. But I have to say, all games have been fighting games. Some missed opportunities for both players. And fighting chess all the way, which we love to see. Even though we expect that this will head towards a draw, even in this position, David is still trying to make some progress.
Yeah, we are betting that rook c8 is going to be played, right?
Mm-hmm. Looks like a good move. Yeah, and Guts is asking, is this a draw or what? Yeah, I think
should be.
Should be a draw if black plays correctly. And I think now, I mean, for white, black doesn't have enough weaknesses in the position to have realistic winning chances. Even though earlier in the endgame we thought white was doing pretty good, black has found a good way to defend so far, at least.
I wonder if this idea of the exchange sacrifice, the temporary exchange sacrifice, did Nils see that from far away, or?
Yeah, that's a good question, and also, I mean,
because sorry to interrupt, but because starting from this position, if I see that white can play this, I'm definitely not going for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he missed it, and
Maybe this was preferable. This looks much easier to hold. Much easier. Because the best hope that white might have is something like this, but then, okay, I get the rooks.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this. And still some questions, although king e8 probably. Rook a2, rook h2. Should be a draw as well. Although, what is the biggest problem with such positions is that you know that you are marginally worse, and you have like 3 different options to defend this position, and everyone is unpleasant. And now it's your choice which unpleasant version you will take. And usually it's not easy. It's not easy because you look at those positions and it's very hard to decide which one is more or less unpleasant than the others. And it's not the end of the world if those are all holdable, but sometimes it's like 3 are unpleasant, 1 is holdable, the other are losing. And this is the big problem, where the biggest challenge is to find the correct defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I do still think Nils is quite convinced that he will be able to hold this, but you have to find the correct moves and just double check that it's actually working.
Yeah, he obviously is going to spend his time now because if he somehow loses this game, then coming back is going to be extremely difficult. 4-2 with 4 games to go. Not ideal.
Yeah. He really has to push now tomorrow, I think, with the white pieces. And Guts is asking which tournament is Magnus playing next. And as far as I know, it's the next tournament on the Champions Chess Tour, starting March 19th. So tune in to watch Magnus play in that tournament. And Kevin has a question. Tuning back in, white looks better. Difference in pawn islands. 2 results here. David wins or a draw?
I would say that this position is not really about pawn islands. Rook endgames very often can be evaluated speaking from the pawn islands perspective, but this is a too sharp position. I don't know how it sounds because it looks simple, but there are too many possibilities for both sides. The pawn islands can be important when there is like one open file and not too many variations that can change the character of the position. It's like when one side is pushing and the other is defending very passively, then the pawn islands matter. But here I would say they do not matter that much. I mean, the pawn on d5 is a weakness, but at the moment it's the only weakness that black has, and the king is doing a great job defending it. So I would assume that black would prefer to have this pawn on e6, or ideally on e4. That would be amazing. But okay, in this case it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change the evaluation, I would say. It changes the character of the position a bit, because black has to defend. And by the way, Nils played rook c8. So he chooses this active way of defending.
Yeah, I like that move. And
how likely is that this will not be a draw? I would say less than 10%.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, we're talking about 2 extremely strong players, and they should have enough knowledge and experience to know what to do in these types of endgames, I assume.
Yeah, if somebody offers you 1.2 on this result of this game being a draw, just take all your money and bet it. Okay, h4, I assume rook c6 is going to be played.
Mm-hmm. Is there any way black can try with some play on the queen side at all?
I think absolutely not.
Oh.
Yeah, the only thing that black can do on the queen side if he overpushes is just do some harm to himself, because know that when imagine the same position with the a file opened and the b pawn being pushed, then white will play like rook a1, rook a7 or rook a6, and suddenly it becomes critical. Mm-hmm. Pushing those pawns on the queen side would only end up creating more weaknesses for black, because this pawn on b2 is never going to be weak. Black cannot attack that, while on the other hand, imagine those pawns disappearing. Like white can then try even rook a1, rook a5, b3, and king d4, and black doesn't have rook c4 at the moment. One example of unpleasant stuff that might happen. But the biggest point of rook c6, I think, is that we will combine both defensive and offensive abilities of the rook in this specific position.
Yeah. And then
because if white ever goes h6 here, then there's no way to break through. The rook is going to stay here and it's just going to... Okay, rook c4, even different. So he has something else in mind. Nils has something else in mind. I guess I know what it is. So after h5, he probably wants to play b5, and after takes, here play d4. Yeah. This might be his idea. Because I don't see any other one.
Yeah, this looks like a way to try and...
Okay, if takes king d5, this plays into black's hands, because if rook h6, we just take king e3, and here, let's say, check, maybe king d4. The black is just too active, in my opinion. Even before here is fine. Like takes, and okay. Probably shake hands. Okay, here I can imagine black trying. If there is some over pushing going on. Probably the better way of handling this position would be to start with rook h6. But even here, just take. If takes king d5, takes. This is very similar. Okay, this is the same exact position, by the way. This should be a draw.
Nice active idea from Nils.
And this is funny. Oh, sorry. I think I found a way to spoil it or not. Yeah, I spoiled something. Wait a second. What went wrong here? So before here and rook f6. Okay, so this is some move order that is actually better for. Okay, so maybe before right away. Here. Still. Okay, still some questions. Yeah. I wonder what's the most accurate way here, because this should be a draw.
No, but maybe let's see. I was wondering if you could play a pawn move, e2 at some point, or.
Sorry. Should I go back or?
Yeah, just go back a couple moves.
Like. Here?
Yeah, so you take on e3, and then king d4, d5, and then you just take, so you don't have time to. Yeah, and how to stop.
Okay, maybe this, maybe just this. Oh, but this I would be very unsure about with white. Those pawns are also advanced.
But now g6 looks quite...
Oh.
And you have rook g.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Missed that. So even though knowing that this should be drawn, not this, but the whole position should be drawn, it's not so easy to find something that does it immediately. So maybe not king d5, but maybe king e7. It doesn't look right. So the point is that this rook takes f5 is not going to be with check. Now, this.
And also now the black king is closer to g8 promotion square.
But still I feel that it's not right what I'm showing here. Okay, let's go back, because I think that we are missing something simple. What does he want here? Because what is the other idea of rook c4?
I mean, I guess he can always go back to c6.
Yeah, but why not play rook c6 immediately? What does he want to achieve with this? Rook c6 immediately looks better because you can play this.
But maybe he's just trying now to confuse David, who's down to 2 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, but this tempo can be important, I think.
Yeah.
If he wants to play rook c6, this might become a bit different.
Okay.
Like now I'm one tempo faster with all of that.
Okay, so let's say king c5.
And yeah, king c3, you have a4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here. Yeah, maybe this is still fine. But still, I fail to see why rook c4.
Yeah, I agree. And especially if that line, which we first analyzed, doesn't work, it's just a bit strange not going to c6 immediately. Now David is under a minute.
So I just wondering what is he thinking about? Is he thinking about some b3 idea?
Yeah, possibly. But still, b3, rook c6. Okay, he did play.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting to see what Nils' plan is in this position. And Howell on the chat says, David, time trouble Howell. Go, David. And are the clocks accurate? Yes, I do believe the clocks are accurate. David is down to 1 minute. This is, David Howell stuff. Playing on increment.
No, now he has no choice. He will play on increment.
Mm-hmm. But Nils must have seen h5, so I'm also a bit surprised he hasn't moved yet, actually.
I always wonder how does all the time trouble addicts approach the getting the salary, because is it like they get the salary on the 10th and spend everything in like a week, or it's like with time management is similar, right?
Yeah. This is a good question. Maybe you can ask David this after.
No. I don't know him that well. But you know, it's similar, right? You get your money for 30 days. Imagine having no savings. Like you don't spend it in a week.
This is also interesting because you tend to say that your playing style as a chess player reflects your personality, right?
Yeah.
And that could also be the case somehow with how you manage the clock situation. And okay,
Pawn taken.
Aha! I think I see the idea now.
Yeah. He played rook e4, but I still fail to understand one thing. Why not here? The same thing, one tempo faster.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he wants to play d4, obviously. Or he will just play passively with rook e6. He wants to confuse David.
Yeah, maybe he thought either that the tempo wasn't that important, or he wanted to try and confuse David, which was an attempt with low time for David. I don't know. But now, should we look at d4? Does that work in this position?
d4, I think rook h6. But this probably gets black closer to a draw, or maybe this and rook e6. So probably you have to take first.
Yeah, this also looks okay.
But okay, this is a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be a quite easy draw.
I know I'm going to regret that, but I would probably draw that with black.
And okay, chat is saying, okay, Igo saying, has a theory regarding your question, saying they save all week and blow it right before payday.
Oh yeah.
So that's one option.
No, with them it would be like get 90% of the salary on the 10th, and every next day get 1/3% of the rest.
Yep. Okay, and Mario asking, did they just communicate? I wasn't following the live feed. That could very well be the case. But I'm a bit surprised if they now agree to a draw, where we see some change in the position. But okay, I think this will now is allowed.
I think the last important thing is that after white takes on d4, I think it's important to take this pawn first.
Yeah.
Okay, it completely doesn't matter, because after this you just take here first. Because if you take this one after king e3, this pawn is defended. So it's important that you pick up this one. And only then pick up this one. Although I think that if you do it the opposite way, there still should be a draw, although for a human being, a harder one.
Yeah. Just make it easier for yourself to get the draw. And yeah, I will be very surprised if this is not a draw now within a few minutes. Yeah, and Dwight is saying, yeah, white can't enter in black's position through c1. Yeah, I think it's a bit too late to try for that. So now it's all about getting to h6.
Yes. Now it's a very move-by-move game.
Yep.
Many weak pawns for both sides.
And yeah, Ed Rickett saying, so much chess, Women's Day, hosts Jovanka Hauskan, Eva Retkova. That's correct. They're having an event on Chess 24 today. So you can check that out as well. This game is soon to be over, I believe. Yeah, so here we expect rook takes f4, I assume. Rook h6 and then king d5.
Yeah, it's either king d5 or rook takes f4. Doesn't really matter, I think. The variations are just going to transpose. Yeah, king d5 probably more flexible. Rook h6 I think is going to be played. Because if rook h7, then okay, just this pawn is not that important. This, check, and probably b5. If rook g7, I can always try rook e6. And you know, one can wonder, rook h6 played. Yeah, obviously. And I think rook takes f4 is going to be played. Because I don't believe that Nils is going to try something like this. There is a possibility to play a variation like this. Oh, you cannot play king e4. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe you might try something like this. Probably the best move.
Yeah.
Cutting the king, and it can really become sharp if they want. If they really both don't want a draw, they might not get it. But I think it really it's necessary for two people here to not like a draw. If one person doesn't want a draw, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I agree. And that answered Terrence's question. Is it a draw, or does anyone has an advantage? So that sums it up good. And Jonathan asking, who is the best British player currently?
Michael Adams, right?
Yeah, probably. I think he lost a few rating points, but he might very well be the highest ranked player still.
There is also Matthew Sadler. He's close to 27, right? 2700 still.
Yeah.
What's his rating?
Many players rated between 2650 and 2700, I believe. And you have Gawain Jones, you have Luke McShane. They're all quite similar in terms of rating.
Yeah, Michael Adams is 2696.
Oh, okay, yep. So, and what a great player. He's been a part of the top level chess for,
and
20 plus years.
He calls himself the best chess amateur in the world, right? Something like this. Because Luke McShane, I think.
Yeah,
because he's not a professional player.
I think he has a normal job to put it that way. But I'm fantastic chess player, and he also play some tournaments still now and then. Yeah,
so you might be surprised, but Adam's current rating is 2698, but McShane is 2647.
Ah, okay.
So there's a 50-point gap.
And that means he's behind both David and also Gawain Jones, I believe.
Yeah, Gawain is second. Okay. Just in the middle with 2672.
Okay. Yeah.
And by the way, there was an update with, e takes d4, king d5, rook h6, rook takes f4, rook takes d4, and after king e3 we have this position on the board. I would say that Nils is going to spend like 1 to 3 minutes on finding the best setup here to make sure that the position is going to be drawn. There is no way somebody is going to lose here. I don't know what would have to happen for this game to be lost.
Yeah, I agree with you.
My intuition hints me that f4 and king e5 is probably the cleanest. King f5 and rook d3 followed by rook b3 I would like to play.
Yeah, this looks quite nice.
This should be a draw one way or another. Although I might still find some ways to create myself some problems. I don't know. That's okay, rook g4 played very fast. So he doesn't want to enter variations that I have just shown, understandably.
But this also makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, this is definitely the cleanest. There is one important pawn. There's one dangerous pawn that white has, so let's eliminate it. Mm-hmm. And next moves for black, I think, b5, b4.
Yeah.
Exchange as many pawns as possible. And draw. What is the score of Nils versus David? I don't know about the overall score, but in this tournament, in this match, it's 3-2 for David.
And like the head-to-head score, I don't think they have played many games actually before this match. I think they had 2 draws from some years back, so not a big sample size between the two players.
I thought Nils is actually older, so I was surprised that they didn't play. I don't know why, but I thought Nils is 9-0. He's 9-3 actually, because David is 9-0.
Yeah, he's same as the great 1990 generation.
Yes.
So many strong players born in 1990.
That's true.
Magnus Carlsen, Marcel Lagrave. To name a few.
Kamil Plichta.
Yeah, not the least.
There's somewhere like at bottom 200 on this list, probably.
But it's funny, this photo, you've probably seen it with Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and David Howell.
Yes.
Youth championship many years ago.
Yes.
So, and David was actually the one who kind of robbed Magnus from the gold because he fought back in the lost position and managed to draw.
I heard the story when they was guessing. When Magnus was guessing the game.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. And Magnus said in the video, "This is one of my worst chess memories."
Yes.
Ever.
Yes.
Wow.
Actually, I found a way to lose this with white. So you give a check, you take, and you lose after f4.
Ah, that's a nice tactic.
So always be alert to the end.
Yeah.
So rook takes b7, I assume is going to be played. Yeah, king f4, also possible. Sorry.
So here you play.
So king f4 played.
I guess you want to try and keep the pawn, or rook h5.
I think it doesn't really matter what's going to happen here, but
yeah. I was just thinking rook h5, and then if you take on b7, you probably just play king c5, and then you bring.
Yeah. This is also fine. Although even if you go for something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like the best that white might hope for, but get the rook maybe here and okay. Shouldn't even show that probably because there are multiple ways to do that. He chose rook g7. So he allows this variation. And actually, after king c4, I think it's important to take the one on a5, because if you take this one, then after b5, suddenly it might become a little bit tricky, right?
Yeah.
For white.
Okay,
b3 draws, but should draw easily. Okay, he took on a5, black played rook g2. Oh yeah, this is probably even better because you keep your rook active. You attack the pawn and you want to play rook f2 next, defending the pawn, just in case. White probably has to play b4 here, if he wants to still keep trying. But okay, imagine this pawn is going to disappear. It's still a total draw. There's no way to do anything. 2 versus 1 on one wing should be trivial.
Yeah, and I like the setup you showed. If the pawn is on a3, b4, black pawn on b5, king c4, and then you just cut off the white king.
Now when I think about it, maybe even b5 is unnecessary. It's like keep the pawn on the starting in starting blocks. It's much harder for white to do anything then. You can just stand with your king on b8 here and keep the rook anywhere, and it's going to be a draw. So king takes f5 played, rook takes b2, and now I think it's going to be even easier to do that. We will see rook b5 takes, king d5, king a4, king c5 takes, king b6. I think they are going to go for the variation where there are only kings left. I would be surprised if they don't.
Yeah, I mean they played for a very long time now in what looks like a drawn endgame. So might as well take all the pieces off the board.
Amazingly, the time of the players disappeared, but we can safely assume that Nils has like 5 minutes, David has like 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, this is heading towards the draw. And the City of Joy asking age difference. So I guess you're referring to the two players, I believe. Yeah.
3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So David is the oldest of the two. And Mario saying, yeah, Nepomniachtchi is also part of the 1990 generation. And there's a draw. We have a result.
Yes.
So finally, the players agreed to share the points, half point each. And I mean, yeah, they played on for a long time. I guess White was the only player who could really make some progress, but Nils found a good setup to get the draw in the ending. So well played to him. And the players will now join us shortly in a few minutes' time. So stay tuned. It's always interesting to get their insights on the games and their thought process. What were the critical moments, Kamil, that we could highlight for the players? We had a couple.
This will probably change when we hear their opinions about the game, but I think that the critical moment in the endgame was here, where White probably could play king d3, king d4, and maybe get something. Although now when I look at this, maybe this is still drawing, right? Because later we found this idea. With this idea, maybe this endgame is just a draw. Definitely the critical moment was here around move 30 where White transformed this position by taking on d5, hoping that he's going to be able to convert the position. And there were many critical moments in the opening where Black played very, very actively, never let David have a chance to stabilize, and he needed to spend a lot of time to find out the ways to develop his pieces. So definitely in the opening, the first critical moment was where Black took on where White played e3 instead of more critical d takes c5, and later on I think it was critical to find this move queen c3. We together found out that other moves probably led to some trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, interesting game. Maybe they could have agreed on a draw earlier on, but that's how it is at top level. They want to play it out, and that's perfectly fine. But some interesting ideas we analyzed in the opening and the middle game, and all the tension with the knights and the
here 95, very, very good move.
Yeah,
95 and here not letting White consolidate, just all the time active moves, very sharp. And here f4, good move, blocking this knight. And here players developed their pieces, very few very natural moves. And okay, looks like White has some slight chances for an advantage here. And I think that this moment was probably the critical moment where the position transformed to the rook endgame. If this rook endgame was drawn, then White should probably try something else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe here, having this knight in the center, maybe some b4, a4, try to push the pawns everywhere. Very hard for Black to play this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was about to ask if not going for this check on e6 just to play on, and
yeah,
it will be interesting to hear David's thoughts on this critical moment. And meanwhile, while we're waiting for the players, just a couple of questions. Kevin Winter, is David living in Norway these days? Yes, he's living in Norway for now, working on the Champions Chess Tour. So he's been living in Oslo for about a year now, I believe. And once he arrived in Norway the first time, he went straight to quarantine for 10 days, and he had to spend his 30th birthday alone in a hotel room. So that was a bit sad. And we had complete lockdown in Norway. So the first couple of months was a bit rough for David, but now I think he's really enjoying life, and he has met some new friends, and he has an apartment, and I think he's enjoying life now in Oslo. So that's good. And also Kevin Winter, thanks for the commentary. Enjoyed it. Yeah, good to have you here. Thanks for the kind words. And we look forward to a new game tomorrow. And at some point, Nils has to hit back in this match. But tomorrow he has the white pieces, so I think we're going to see another interesting game. And
how did it happen that David decided to move to Norway? It's like obviously he was living his whole life in England, right?
Yeah. I mean, it has to do with his job now as a commentator on the Champions Chess Tour. So anyways, he has to spend close to 2 weeks per month in Oslo.
Okay.
So I guess it just makes sense instead of traveling back and forth. And also because of COVID, it was difficult for him to go back to England for many different reasons. So we'll see now. But I don't know. I think he enjoys it more now, and so maybe he'll just stay for the time being in Oslo. And as Mario says, Oslo is expensive. Yeah, that's correct. But so
one of the most expensive places in the world, probably, right?
Yeah.
After Switzerland.
Switzerland, and you have Tokyo and a couple other cities. But I think Oslo is probably up there. It's one of the.
Norway is pretty high on that list.
Yeah.
Poland is actually the opposite. It's maybe not the cheapest, but it's one of the cheaper places you can go to.
I went to Poland for a few days during the Rapid and Blitz during Christmas. So I had a good time in Warsaw and following the championship. And yeah, it's definitely cheaper to buy a beer in Poland.
Yeah. Have you tried pierogi?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Right. Man of culture. Culture, very good.
And Ed Ricketts saying, I thought it was the Good Night pub. Yeah, that's the pub. That's the chess pub in Oslo. And Mario saying Magnus won the tournament a few weeks ago, bought you guys pizza and spent it all. I don't think he managed to spend all his prize money yet. But pizzas are always welcome. So if you ever go to Oslo, people watching, drop by the Good Night Bar. That's a great place to play chess and hang out. And also Magnus goes there from time to time. So that's probably the best chance to meet the world champion if you're in Oslo.
But that's basically the pub that is run by some chess player, or?
Yeah. So it all started a few years ago when we had this very nice rapid tournament in a restaurant bar outside Oslo city center, and then the one hosting that tournament, together with the arbiter, actually, they thought it was a great success, and then they were discussing how can we kind of do this more often, or how can we develop this idea, and then they had the concept of this chess bar, and it opened, I believe, the day of the first game in the London World Championship back in 2018, and people started going there, watching the games. So they have live broadcast when there are big tournaments, and both mix of chess players, good chess players, and also people just going there to hang out, and it's a nice place.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, and they also sell chess sets and chess books, and so it's a good place. And
definitely going to visit when I will be in Norway.
Let us know when you come, so we can take you there.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, great. And Ratters in the Wild, would love to go to the Good Night Bar in Oslo. Yeah, you're welcome. And Mario saying, I'm planning to come in June to Oslo, and Good Night is the first destination. So see you there in June.
This is going to be the first destination. The other one might not be checked on the list, so I would rotate a little bit the order.
Save something for
different things might happen. Unexpected things might happen. So
that's a very good point. And I do believe we have the players here shortly, so stay with us to get some insight on the game and the match situation. Now we're approaching the second half of the match, and Nils has to strike back at some point. So that will be interesting to hear. And what are your plans now? You said you will play tournaments in the fall from August on, and now focus on work. Do you know what is the first tournament you will play?
Probably this is going to be the Najdorf Memorial in Warsaw, because many people don't remember that Najdorf was from Poland.
Yeah.
Yeah, he emigrated to Argentina, changed his name from Mieczysław to Miguel, and his memorial is held in Warsaw for many years.
Yeah.
And it's going to be probably the beginning of July.
Okay, right. So that should be good.
There is also the tournament in Hungary, in the place called Zalakaros. I played there a few years ago. I would love to go this year. I'm not sure if the tournament is going to be running, but if it's going to be running, then probably I'm also going to go there.
That's also during the summer, or?
The tournament when I was playing was in the end of May.
Oh, okay. Yeah, beginning of summer. That's great.
So some work might be postponed, but
I want to play as well, so I have to check the calendar. I might make a comeback in the Norwegian championship in the summer. We'll see. Might try and convince my father to play. He's retired now, so he needs to be active. So hopefully he can make a comeback as well. Like your father, I can pay the entrance fee and see.
Oh yes. Do that.
Try that trick, actually. Yeah, that's a good story. He's about 1,500, my father rated.
Oh.
Yeah. He used to play when he was younger and then stopped playing for 20, 30 years. But he knows how to play, but probably very rusty at this point. So that would be fun.
Yeah, with chess, it's like you don't train it for a few months, you don't play for a few months. Even for after a few months, it's going to be different. You will be out of form.
Yeah, that's the problem. And I do think we have the players now. So, Kamil, I will leave the room for these two great players, and you can quickly go through the game to get some insight. All right. Boys. This is Kamil.
Hey, Kamil.
Hey, David.
How's
Hello, Nils.
Hi.
David, I was playing a few weeks ago against your team in Chess24 match.
Yeah.
I was the guy who played Knight H3 in first move.
Yeah. I remember you did this poll on Twitter, right?
Yeah. Okay, guys, very interesting game. So, what do you think about the game? What were the critical moments just now from memory? And we'll go move by move very quickly.
I mean, one critical moment sounds a little bit strange, but it's on move 8.
Yeah.
David decided after a long think to kind of bail out, or how to put it. Yeah, because of course d takes d5 is very sharp, and d4 and so on.
Yeah, Kamil, I was saying to Nils on the way here, I don't know what happened to my brain. I was an idiot, basically. I was preparing knight f3 instead of bishop g5.
Okay.
For this match, and then
here knight f3.
Yeah, and then I just played bishop g5 without thinking of the board. I mean,
so you did this typical mistake that you are preparing something new, probably, and you are just going from your memory that you played some variation for a long time ago, for a long time, and you just play it, right?
Yeah, I mean, my brain wasn't working in the first minute of the game. As soon as I played bishop g5, I thought, oh no, he's going to play c5, and there's some stuff that I haven't double checked recently.
Yeah, so here you definitely thought about d takes c5, right? What you didn't like here? What didn't you like here?
It's not that I didn't like it. It's just I've analyzed this quite a lot before, and it's super complicated. After f3
and did you remember those lines, or?
I mean, the assumption is that I remember them better because I was the one who switched the opening. So
yeah, so I just assumed that Nils had looked at it this morning, and I haven't looked at it for a few weeks. So
here with Askild, we were thinking that maybe you are trying to trick Nils, that you still know the line and think for a few minutes, but when you fought for like 40 minutes, we knew that probably you're not tricking him.
It's me being unprofessional, basically.
But e3 was played. Well, there were a few games with this move.
I guess h6 is a very sound reply, but most probably.
And here the idea is obviously like something like this, right? For white, or just knight f3, or you play bishop h4.
Actually, c takes d5. I thought after the trade.
Here?
Yeah. No, the point is in general here. This is a theoretical position from the Rogosian.
Okay.
But there, white has knight f3 instead of a3.
So
we have a lot of a tempo Or
Yeah.
go up, yeah, for black. So therefore, just by pure logic, it should be very, very sound.
Yeah. Obviously, should be good for black.
Also incredibly dry, and I was still hoping to play a more interesting game. So CD4, Queen D4. Yeah, this was very, very interesting. Knight C6, Queen C3. I think this is all.
Yeah, because we tried to think about some other moves, but nothing made sense.
Yeah,
Queen C3 looks like the only choice.
Now here, of course, I mean, here D4 is a little bit interesting, but.
Actually, we checked in the database. It was either D4 or Knight E4, and there was only one game with D takes C4 played by Anish Giri in 2011.
Anish played it, yeah?
Yeah. With D takes C4, yeah.
Yeah.
So now we have two games.
Yeah. So D4 is interesting. Takes, and Queen takes, unfortunately, if necessary. Otherwise, there's a pin. But here, Knight E2, and I wasn't convinced that I'm equalizing here.
I mean, worst comes to worst, can you just take E3 and go E5?
I can, but I thought it's slightly worse.
Yeah.
Could also be that it's okay, hard to say. But basically, I thought also in the game it's quite safe. That's why I didn't bother so much. But it's a difficult choice.
Yeah, because Knight E4 is also interesting, right? Like takes, and Bishop H4, I assume.
Let's say.
And here, I guess this move.
And then B3?
Yeah, then B3, and I was not so happy with
B4, maybe?
And?
Yeah. I'm losing a lot of time with my knights.
Okay.
Maybe Knight A4 here, but...
Maybe, but
F3,
it seems a little bit strange to me, I have to say.
So it's either D4 or D takes C4?
I thought so, yeah. Take, bishop takes. And here, also Knight E4 is not necessary. Like a move like E5 is possible as well.
Yeah, we were thinking about E5.
Yeah.
And we also briefly thought about A6, B5 also.
That looks a little bit strange. But
A6, B5 and Bishop B7 we thought about.
Maybe I'm coming fast also there. Yeah, it's not impossible actually. E5 was okay, but anyway, we went to this ending.
So Knight E4, takes.
I mean, it's...
And here I have to admit we thought about many different moves, but we missed Knight E5. We thought about B5, like some Knight E4, G5 ideas, but Knight E5 we missed.
B5, Bishop F1 maybe.
Yeah, Bishop F1, exactly. Well, we were calculating some strange variations, and then I was like, okay, Bishop F1. And
Bishop F1 is good enough.
I was looking at Knight E5.
Knight E5 just feels like, okay. So
Knight A5 maybe you forced me to take with
me.
So Knight A5.
I mean, if I move my bishop, then Knight B3.
Actually, Knight B3. Yeah? So you have to take on E6, yeah? Like I simply missed.
And I was just something here, bishop takes.
Bishop takes E6, yeah.
Huge compensation, right?
Yeah, but then I guess white puts the knight on D4. I mean, knight on E2 for eventually knight B4.
Yeah.
It should be equal somehow, but at least black has to still be maybe slightly.
I mean, it's in the game. Of course, I was intending to play this with the knight on E5, which is quite a bit better. Like knight E5, I guess bishop takes E6 is simply
here. You mean or knight A5, right?
No, knight E5. Let's say in the game. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this bishop takes E6 here should not really be.
The worst version.
I guess maybe white is still equal, but I think there is no hope for advantage here at all. Yeah. The bishop E3 is normal. Very normal move, and now it's another question.
Yeah, knight G6 or knight E4?
Yeah, knight G6 immediately is probably more solid, but...
Because we thought about this, and this, right?
Bishop C7 is just too slow here, keeping the bishop.
Yeah, bishop C7 is, I think, never really...
Yeah, we thought about this, but...
Bishop C7, yeah.
This or maybe even B6 is possible.
This is in general what I'm hoping for, yeah, because then... But on the other hand, it's a bit strange to take on B3 with this knight on E5. With a knight on G6, sorry, because my knight is a little bit dominated by the pawn, but it should just be equal, basically. No, the reason I played knight E4, bishop C2, I was still hoping that I would be able, maybe even knight C5 or something like this, but then...
After knight C5, I think we did not like castling queenside.
Exactly, then I realized...
Maybe knight F3 next, and even with this pawn structure, like if black takes...
Bishop D7, and I think the problem is that D4 just wins a piece. I don't know if it's necessary, but it looks like it just wins a piece because somehow, I'm overloaded. Because otherwise, if I get like a rook to c8, bishop a4, I have some counterplay. I think it's not so safe, but it doesn't feel like it should work. So then, okay, knight g6, but this then is probably a slightly worse version than what I could have gotten before.
Did you think also about knight f3 here?
Yeah, I thought maybe black would just. I mean, firstly f5 possibly.
Yeah. You thought f5, just take on f3, right?
I put bishop on c6 and...
yeah, just equal, right? The king.
The difference compared to the game is much easier to bring the king without knights. So it should be completely fine. This I thought was great. And here, yeah, knight g6 maybe is a bit more professional. Yes, slowly, like develops. I mean, but I thought it's a little bit sad to play like this, like f5.
Yeah, what's funny is that when we commentated on your game, we didn't even think about knight g6. We both thought like f5, and we didn't even see that knight g6 is a candidate move. So
okay, bishop c. The problem is, yeah, after f4, I have some small strategic issues to solve. Like, I think what happened the next couple of moves is very logical. I need to bring my bishop to d5, otherwise, okay, it can be quite unpleasant. Rook c1, rook c8. Yeah, and from this moment on, yeah, I should be a little bit more accurate, I guess. I need. It is at least my feeling that I need to play 2, 3, 4 good moves, and it's completely equal. But if I don't play these moves, we saw what happened. So, but I'm not sure what those moves are. So.
Yeah, we were also struggling. We even thought about some stupid things like e5 here, but never worked.
But the problem is white takes on c8.
Yeah, this is always a problem, right?
And f5.
And you don't want to take on c1 first.
Yeah, exactly. Then rook enters on c7.
And actually here, I think it was either here, but Askild suggested to just trade and play rook c8, maybe.
But it allows e4. That's the problem.
Yeah, and there is this one weakness on e6 always, right?
Yes. And also white's king is slightly more, slightly faster, let's say. And that's also the problem in the game. Let's say instead of trading, if I play a move like king f7.
In which moment?
Very strange. That's instead of knight c6.
Instead of knight c6, king f7.
Yeah, because now e4 and it's somehow my king is now very strange on f7. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as I can keep the knight on, I'll get.
Yeah. I mean, this with king on g8, I have some counterplay. I have some e5. There's some tricks. King is in the center on e2, but with king on f7, it's like I'm losing at least one move. So yeah. So this also was not the correct way. Knight c6 is. It's maybe it's okay, but it's already a little. It feels like a step in the wrong direction somehow.
That's what I was expecting.
Yeah, not much maybe. Yeah, rook c5.
Yeah, I just want to make e5 difficult.
Of course, a critical moment on the next move. Rook c8. Maybe David can show me what I missed. Like rook c d8, rook ac1. Or what if I play e5?
Yeah. This is exactly what Askild thought.
It's because it's in the spirit, yeah.
Yeah. Just take rook d8 here. e4 you can play, but this sorry, not here. King f8, I think. Yeah. And you just trade and.
This is completely equal, but I was not sure. That, let's say.
No time for f5. It's key.
Yeah. Also.
Yeah, f5 knight d4 I think just solves.
d4 was maybe not the only move. I thought. I was worried that maybe. If there's nothing else, this is actually a very logical sort of.
Yeah, we just thought that everything is just traded here.
So instead of rook takes c5.
Yeah, if there is not, I mean, I should have calculated this a little bit longer and just gone for it probably. Okay, so you don't have to take on d5, of course, but then
you take on f5.
I mean, this is what I was in like with knight on c6. It's completely different than with knight on g6, of course. Which move even? But I take on f4. With knight on c6, it's nothing. Yeah, it's just equal. It's completely equal. Yeah, this was.
No, I was semi-bluffing.
Yeah, I mean, this was, a little bit of a bluff. Yeah. I mean, if I was my idea, then somehow this pin and.
Maybe I should go bishop b5 first, or b4 or something before rook ac1.
Like here, right? Or
previous last.
Maybe. It's hard to say. But yeah, e5 is very logical. Maybe. Yeah, take on d5, rook bishop c4, rook d8, and some, I don't know, knight b3 or.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably.
Yeah.
So like this, right?
Something like this, yeah. But it's hard to believe, like.
But here the problem with King F8 is that maybe something
Yeah,
like
exactly,
this.
something like this. I mean, white is fishing.
Sorry, not here. This is the kind of difficult to maybe defend it.
My King D8 is probably solid enough, but I mean, I was worried that okay, I might be missing something. But this is very much in the spirit of the position, so I should invest the time here, I think. But okay, because what I did, I mean, one more move, and I'm
You had like 17 minutes, I think, here at this point.
That's quite possible, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Now bishop b5, and I'm just a little bit worse, or even more. Yeah. And king f, no, king, I should not take king f8 because it was a blunder.
Maybe just rook d6.
Rook d6, yeah, or something. I mean, in general, white will at some point take on c6.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask why rook d7, not rook d6 right away. What was the point?
d2, maybe there's just knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 I was bothering me a little.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not. It's also less of an issue than bishop b5 probably.
Yeah, maybe now rook d6, and yeah, on tempo doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
I was probably going to play some d4 before.
Yeah.
Bide my time before.
But it's a little bit unpleasant with when white has this grip. Yeah, I mean compared to e5 and just liquidate everything. Yeah, no, it's. But okay, let's see. This is a bit better for white. Nothing special. But here now it's incredibly close to.
Yeah. But here I think still rook d6, right?
No, take on c6.
Yeah.
Rook 1 c2. No, rook 1 c2. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And rook d8 just b4, and I've got a clamp. And
Yeah.
I mean, I can get this actually. I forgot how, but with one set of rooks instead of two. But it's also very unpleasant.
Yeah.
I mean, this can maybe even be. I lost this too strong. Maybe.
Yeah, looks awful.
Very bad, okay, at least. Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop d5. Okay, rook takes, and this was a little bit of a miss. Yeah.
I thought you calculated that this endgame was fine.
No.
I wasn't really understanding what.
No. No, I was so like bothered by this good knight against the bad bishop that I simply forgot that you can trade it. Yeah, or missed that you can trade it.
But actually, it looks like it might be a little bit frustrating, but it's holdable, right?
No, very hard to say.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happened. It was very logical. H3, G4 should be pushed. Yeah, this. Let's say rook.
I mean, I thought it was all quite logical. I mean, move 39. That was like a big.
Yeah.
A weird moment.
No, I played. Yeah, this. This is good. And this is very bad.
Yeah, we just fought rook f8, rook f7, right?
Yeah, but okay, it's not so. It's better, of course. Yeah. No, rook f. Why did I put the rook and f6?
Rook f6. I was about to play g5, but I looked at my clock. I was like 10-20 seconds. Do I commit a pawn move on move 40?
Yeah, it's a big decision.
I should have played g5. I think it's just...
but how can I put the rook on f6? It's also completely insane. But anyway, let's see the game, because if I play rook f8, we will not have this. It was more logical.
So I think the only possible winning plan, Kamil, that I saw was maybe rook 8-1 at some point. So just before I played g5.
Yeah, instead of g5, let's say.
So instead of g5?
Yeah, it's fine.
So g5 was played on move forward here.
Yeah, so maybe just rook h1, because the idea is to try and gain a tempo on the game.
Get g5 and then
g5, h4.
So like, let's keep waiting, right?
That's a g5.
G5. And okay, now since g5 is played, probably this or this.
H4.
Where do we play? e7 or c7?
Rook e7.
Because I thought about this plan also.
F7.
So I need to get that. I need to get this position with the rook on f8.
Exactly. Yeah. So put it. I don't know if you can somehow put some.
So maybe I wait with like rook. Yeah, exactly.
Rook h2, let's say. Rook f8, and now we play g5.
Because maybe there is also this idea.
Once you touch the b pawn.
No, but now.
Okay. Okay, so let's do it with this.
Yeah, so g5. Yeah.
And now this.
And rook c2.
Yeah.
Good point.
Because now rook e4 is always met by rook c8.
Yeah.
And d4 is rook d8 check.
No, yeah, and if I play the same as in the game, I'm simply too slow.
One tempo, I think. I mean, maybe it's the only bet.
I think, I mean,
you'll be able to one down with some endgame.
Yeah. This I think doesn't work. No, rook c8, let's say instead.
Okay, I will sound like an idiot, but how bad is this?
Yeah, take.
Not stupid, I was thinking.
Yeah, rook g2, let's say you put.
Maybe king d4 now.
And king d4.
It's almost 6-1, basically.
Okay, so let's say b6 and king e6.
But b6, I just do d4, b5, c2, rook c6.
Okay.
King on d4 now. My rook is on h6. I didn't trust.
Yeah, it looks very bad.
If I'm very desperate, I have to, of course, calculate this as well. But it looks super scary.
Completely paralyzed.
I don't know. It would be, in my opinion, a little bit surprising if rook h1 just wins. But it's not. The more you look at it, the harder it is to defend. Yeah.
I should have at least tried to get that position with the rook on h1.
So, okay, let's say g5, rook c8. No,
because what you didn't like about rook e8 is that white can play...
Rook c1.
Rook c1, just the same idea with rook e4, rook c8, right? The same as we have just discussed.
d4, rook d8 check, yes.
So rook c8, h4, rook c4. Yeah, I also thought about rook c6 maybe.
Yeah, but then h5.
This maybe.
Rook g2. Or maybe I take h5.
Maybe a4. Maybe a4 here.
What is the...
I take on d6, I go rook h2 or king d4. Or, black's just...
Yeah, no, this king again, yeah.
Or maybe I go king d4 first.
Maybe kings.
Yeah.
King d4 first, probably.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I can wait for 5, then I go rook c2 check, then king d4.
In general, I have to go, I think, for this push with
d4?
With d4 somehow, but hard to say how.
Yeah, here I thought it was the only move to spy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also not so difficult.
Yeah,
but imagine with rook on h1 here. Then, okay, rook, you were just one move faster with white. Could be, yeah. No, because here it's a clear draw, because I'm in time to play before everything gets traded, so there's nothing really to think about. That's the I solve for, yeah?
Yeah, this I think
because there is no range, I have, I'm not even worse, it's just equal.
You can even take on d4 instead of f4.
I can take on d4 and put the rook on e6. Yeah, anything. No, okay, there is no reason, equally active rooks, equally active kings.
Yeah, but earlier this...
No, this rook h1, yeah, very, very, very tricky.
So this was the final critical moment, right?
Yeah. I think more critical for black than for white, yeah. Hard to say.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. E1 as well is another. But rook c1, I was always worried about some g5 at some point.
Exactly, g5 felt...
Wow, like this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure immediately, but yeah, maybe now.
Idea, at least, yeah. Actually, I was probably going to play rook g8.
Rook g8?
Yeah.
Here?
But now g5, yeah?
Now g5.
Now g5 and then I just h4, h5.
Now the rook is on c1, yeah?
Oh, so stupid. Yeah. Because if you don't play g5, I think I just...
No, what I have to do, probably. It's very, very sad. But I will have to stand passively with rook on e6, probably. After HT with pawn before.
Yeah, that's what we also thought, that this might be also holding somehow.
16 b6 like this. It's very fast. Yeah, what can I do? I have no option.
Well, eventually,
Eventually what? It's not so easy, I think, yeah?
Yeah, because we thought that how do you actually break it?
It's
like this. How do you break it?
Here, do this. I really wanted to avoid it, but...
Okay, so rook h8 or something?
Yeah, rook h8 or rook h7. Say I move.
So...
King d7. Yeah, something.
But, okay, so I go rook b8, for example?
Yeah, king c7.
Rook f8.
Yeah, maybe the pawn.
Maybe you have some rook b6.
But we thought that maybe this is okay for...
Oh, wow.
This is also draw, yeah?
Should be, yeah. But this is what we thought.
No, but even maybe...
King d4?
Yeah, king d4.
Here, king d4?
Yeah. Maybe...
This should be fine.
That should be, yeah. I wouldn't.
But I think we calculated something very, very similar.
Yeah, because I've never traded just once. Yeah, I will always.
You are always just in time to trade all of that.
Yeah. No, I have to play something like this. Put the rook in e6, but it's so hard to do it.
And amazingly, after you play king f3, it's black who is first. Who gets the first one. It doesn't matter, but
Yeah.
But maybe to be clever, before I go rook f6, I just put my b-pawn as far up the board as possible.
Yeah.
King of pawn games are just winning. So like b4 or something.
It's just so dangerous from one rook.
I mean, I would this defense with a passive rook.
Yeah. No, I was not a big fan of staying passive. Yeah.
Maybe king e7 here, rook b6. Okay, and white can try.
Okay, no. I wanted to go some berserk idiotic move, but probably. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Not going to do the job. No.
No, it's in general. Yeah, it's not a shock if it's winning for white. I mean, in the game.
But how about this? Maybe this.
No, this might work here specifically.
I mean, still king c3.
King c3 check, maybe.
d4. I don't know. Maybe you're okay here.
It's not fair. I'm alone here.
Or because you can come back.
No, because it's no checks. But okay, this, I mean, it's
the point is I should have tried. I could have pressed harder.
It was very bad for black, but it's completely. I think it's completely open whether it's a winner as well.
Interesting position for people to analyze.
Yeah, you can analyze at home. It's homework for tomorrow. You can sit all night. Okay.
Okay, Kamil. I hope this is at least interesting for you.
No, this was the first time I was actually commentating on one game. So usually like the whole round or a few rounds. So you know. Usually I was doing this in Polish, so it's the first time I do it in English. It was challenging, but it was fun. I hope to repeat that, and I wish you 4 more interesting games.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Askild will probably come back, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. So I also hope that you liked the analysis by those 2 great players. There is also Askild back.
Yeah.
To the rescue.
Yeah, it's been another great game in this tense match, and David is still up 3.5, 2.5 after this game. So it will be interesting to see if Nils bounces back tomorrow. He has a good chance with the white pieces. And as we said earlier, I mean, white has been in a comfortable position in all games. So tomorrow might be another pressing game from the white pieces. So going to be exciting. And Kamil, thank you so much for joining today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah.
I hope to repeat it in the future.
Absolutely. And so thank you all for today, and thanks for watching. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, for game 7. And Nils will then play with the white pieces. So thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Locally produced. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.